Chapter 1068. Wei City, Gongyang Palace. The 6 Gongyang brothers' faces were ashen. There were more than 100 immortals in the palace, all of them gnashing their teeth. King Gaio sat beside the 6 Gongyang brothers, with Snake Emperor behind him. In the center of the palace stood Li Tsanghai and another immortal. The immortals seemed to be interrogating Li Tsanghai. Li Tsanghai's face was filled with regret. You must avenge them. I, Li Tsanghai, have a weak constitution and have never been able to cultivate properly. But the 8 Earth Immortals did not despise me and even gave me pointers. I have always been grateful to them. However, Yan Chuan and Kong Mok's temperament is too ruthless. At that time, the 8 lords said that they wanted to capture Yan Chuan and Kong Mok for Lord Gongyang. They said that Lord Gongyang's mood was not good during this period of time, and they wanted to repay Lord Gongyang's kindness in recognizing their worth. They wanted to capture these 2 bastards and hand them over to Lord Gongyang to vent the hatred in his heart. I wanted to stop them, but my words carried little weight. I could not stop the 8 Earth Immortals. The 8 Earth Immortals fell for Yan Chuan and Kong Mok's evil scheme because of their filial piety. Li Tsanghai said with tears streaming down his face. The 6 Gongyang brothers' faces darkened. Then why didn't any of them escape? Gongyang Dalong asked in a low voice. Yan Chuan and Kong Mok were too cruel. They set up the array long ago and the Earth Immortals fell for their evil scheme. Lord Gongyang, Tsanghai begs you to avenge them. It was Tsanghai who harmed them. If Tsanghai had the ability, he would not have failed to stop the Earth Immortals. Li Tsanghai blamed himself deeply. Bam! Sanlong Gongyang smashed a tea table with his palm. The faces of the Gongyang brothers were extremely ugly. King Gaio and Snake Emperor did not say anything. They just watched. Li Tsanghai saw that the 6 Gongyang brothers had turned their attention away from him and knew that he had succeeded. He had successfully extricated himself from this incident. And you, what happened to you? Gongyang Dalong asked an immortal next to Li Tsanghai. My lord, that day, I was delayed for a while because of some personal matters, and then, wait, what's the matter? Gongyang Dalong asked coldly. Ugh! Say it. Gongyang Dalong roared. Yes, your subordinate has taken a fancy to a mortal girl. That day, the immortal stammered. Bastard! Gongyang Dalong immediately understood. That day, when this immortal was flirting with the mortal girl, the other immortals went out. Sir, I quickly chased after him, but it was too late. That person should be Meng Sansheng. He had a gourd, and when he opened it, he sucked all of our comrades into the gourd. This subordinate didn't dare to stay behind. The immortal said submissively. Pa! Gongyang Silong also smashed a tea table. The hall instantly fell into an extremely deathly silent atmosphere. After a moment of silence, Erlong said, Big brother, it seems that we have indeed underestimated the people of this world. Gongyang Dalong narrowed his eyes and turned to look at King of Gai. My lords, I, King of Gai, have not been in this world for long. I have not hidden anything from you. King of Gai said in a low voice. Great Nightmare Emperor, you are overthinking. Why would I blame you? Gongyang Dalong shook his head. My lord is wise. Yan Chuan, Kong Mok, and Meng Sansheng's strength exceeded my expectations. I am preparing to set up a formation in Wei City in case of any accidents. Gongyang Dalong looked at King of Gai. Gongyang Dalong's eyes did not ask for permission. It was as if he was giving an order. Since Great Nightmare Emperor is a vassal of Great Qi, there is no problem. King of Gai nodded. That's good. Gongyang Dalong nodded. My lords, then I shall go back first. King of Gai said. Go ahead. Gongyang Dalong smiled. King of Gai stood up and slowly left the hall with Snake Emperor and Li Tsanghai. Looking at the backs of King of Gai and the other 2, Gong Yang Dalong's eyes suddenly turned cold. Big brother, this king of Gai is also not a good person. Gong Yang Sanlong said in a low voice. Gong Yang Dalong's face darkened. Of course I can see that. How could he not know about these people? Since he has dug a hole for us, we will let him die when the time comes. Yes. The group of brothers nodded. Western Divine Continent, Kong Lu Academy. Kong Daoqiu frowned as he looked at a disciple of the Kong family in front of him. Kong Mok did not ask for help from the Kong family. He just brought a group of officials to the Southern Divine Continent. Kong Daoqiu frowned. Yes. The disciple of the Kong family nodded. During this period of time, Kong Mok's strength has increased tremendously. Those two immortals had their cultivation sealed and were rewarded to two of his officials. The disciple of the Kong family added. Kong Daoqiu frowned. That can't be. In a short 200 years, Kong Mok's strength has increased to such an extent? Kong Daoqiu's eyes flashed with disbelief. Family head, perhaps Kong Mok is a late bloomer. The disciple of the Kong family laughed. Him. Kong Daoqiu's eyes flashed with disbelief. Isn't it a good thing that Kong Mok's strength has increased? Kong Daoqiu shook his head and said, you don't understand. The stronger he is, the more danger he will pose to the Kong family. You may leave. I will think about it. Yes. Kong Daoqiu paced around the hall alone. He had a bitter expression on his face. It should have been an easy matter to solve, but the patriarch was on Kong Mok's side. This made it difficult for Kong Daoqiu to deal with. There must be a reason for Kong Mok's sudden increase in strength. I must find out. Kong Daoqiu's eyes turned cold. In the blink of an eye, the Heaven Alliance meeting was approaching. During this time, Meng Rongrong had ignored Yan Chuan, which made Yan Chuan sigh. However, during this time, Yan Chuan had a new guest. The Snake Emperor. In a large hall. Yan Chuan and the Snake Emperor sat together with tea on the table. Cough, cough, cough. The Snake Emperor covered his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed. King Gai, how have you been? Yan Chuan smiled. Thank you for your concern, Emperor Yan. I am fine. Cough, cough. The Snake Emperor coughed. The Heaven Alliance meeting is the day after tomorrow. Why did you come here today, Snake Emperor? Yan Chuan took a sip of tea and asked with a smile. His Majesty asked me to inform Emperor Yan that the 6 brothers have set up a formation in Wei City. Emperor Yan should be careful. The Snake Emperor smiled. Be careful? Is King Gai that kind? Yan Chuan smiled faintly. The Snake Emperor smiled bitterly. Even the Snake Emperor himself did not believe this lousy excuse. However, he had no choice but to come today. This was because King Gai had already sensed King Gai's murderous intent. King Gai had only pledged allegiance to Daqui for his own benefit. After all, the Immortals had descended. If he did not submit, his dynasty would be destroyed. Destroyed? This was extremely difficult for King Gai to accept. Hence, he chose to submit. However, King Gai was equally unwilling. Hence, he planned to use all the heroes in the world to kill the Immortals. Once it succeeded, King Gai would be able to reap the benefits. At the very least, he would be able to preserve Daqui and not submit to it. However, as the Snake Emperor had said, he was playing with fire. This fire was gradually getting out of control and was about to burn him. King Gai had no choice but to find another plan. He sent out his confidants to the camps of the heroes. The Snake Emperor saw that Yan Chuan had seen through his plan. He smiled bitterly and said, Emperor Yan, you have sharp eyes. Tell me, what is King Gai's plan? Yan Chuan smiled and asked. His Majesty wants to form an alliance with all of you to destroy the Immortals. Daki will withdraw from this world and not talk about hegemony in this world. The Snake Emperor said solemnly. Oh. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yan Chuan could hear the helplessness in the Snake Emperor's tone. After this battle, His Majesty will announce that half of the southern divine continent will belong to Dajin. The Snake Emperor said. Yan Chuan shook his head gently and said, "You can give the territory to anyone. I only want one thing, something that belongs to me." The Snake Emperor frowned. King Gai should know that that thing belongs to me. My purpose for this trip to the south is the sky-burying coffin. Just tell him what I said. Return my sky-burying coffin after this and I will help you destroy Daki. Yan Chuan said solemnly. The Snake Emperor thought for a while and finally nodded. There is also a private matter. Yan Chuan smiled and said. Snake Emperor, what do you think of Dajin? Yan Chuan asked with a smile. Kiki, Emperor Yan, don't tell me you want to recruit me. The Snake Emperor smiled. That's right. Yan Chuan nodded affirmatively. The Snake Emperor smiled and shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Yan Di. However, I am used to being free and do not like to be restrained. I am only staying in the Great Nightmare Dynasty to repay the kindness of the past. Yan Di does not need to pay too much attention to me. After leaving the Great Nightmare Dynasty, I will not enter any court. Yan Chuan nodded and did not say anything else. However, Yan Chuan's eyes showed that he had not given up. The Snake Emperor formed an alliance with Yan Chuan and Li Canghai also formed an alliance with Zhu. Daki is in danger. Zhu said with a smile. Li Canghai smiled bitterly. Tell King Gai that this time, I agree. Zhu said with a smile. Thank you, Emperor of the Demon Race. Li Canghai smiled. Li Canghai, Daki is in great danger this time. If you are not careful, you may be destroyed. If that day comes, Li Canghai, the Demon Race Imperial Court welcomes you. Zhu said with a smile. Emperor Yan is too kind. Li Canghai said humbly. Although he did not say it explicitly, his tone did not reject. At Kong Mok's side, a ghost cultivator also came to form an alliance. Kong Mok's eyes were cold. Great Buddha, His Majesty is deeply regretful about what happened back then. Although he cannot make up for what he did to your father, but His Majesty promises that after this, half of Daki will be handed over to you. The ghost cultivator said bitterly. After all, King Gai had killed Kong Mok's father. This negotiation was the most difficult. Good, I agree. Kong Mok strangely agreed. Meng Sansheng was also facing a ghost cultivator. Meng Sansheng said indifferently, the divine sect Holy Land has no grudges with Daki. Since you all want to leave, then forget it. Tell King Gai that I agree. Yes. Chapter 1069. The Heaven Alliance meeting had begun in Wei City. Yan Chuan and Meng Rongrong's group headed toward Wei City. Meng Rongrong and Yan Chuan remained silent along the way. Meng Wenrua smiled bitterly. Although she didn't know what had happened between Yan Chuan and Meng Rongrong, she could sense the strangeness in the atmosphere. There was a formation in Wei City. The Snake Emperor explained the process of setting up the formation to Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan also asked Feng Yinyang to analyze the situation. Your Majesty, this formation is very strange. I have never seen it before, but I can feel the immense killing intent within it. Feng Yinyang explained. Immense killing intent? Yan Chuan nodded. Although there was killing intent, Yan Chuan flew toward Wei City resolutely. Not long after, the group arrived outside Wei City. Providence churned in the sky. Under the golden light, there was a huge city below. At this moment, a large number of soldiers were guarding the city. They seemed to be maintaining the order of the Heaven Alliance meeting. Yan Chuan and his group flew in the sky and stopped outside Wei City. They looked coldly at the huge city before them. Bam! A gust of wind blew past. Not far away, another group of figures appeared. Ju led a group of great demons and stopped in the sky. They were also looking at Wei City. The two emperors looked at each other for a while before exchanging glances. They didn't say anything. They just nodded at each other. Whoosh! Another gust of wind blew. Kong Mok stopped not far away from the two emperors. Wei City. Kong Mok looked arrogant. He turned to look at Yan Chuan and Ju. His eyes were cold. Bam! Meng Sansheng carried a huge gourd on his back and appeared with a group of experts from the Archaean sect. The experts looked at each other. Then, they looked toward Wei City. The group of experts stopped outside Wei City. Suddenly, a loud shout came from within Wei City. A gathering of the world's heroes? Ha ha ha, since you're here, why don't you enter the city? Gong Yang Dalong's voice boomed. Yan Chuan, Ju, Meng Sansheng, and Kong Mok narrowed their eyes. The group of people walked towards Wei City. Whoosh! Leaving behind a few streaks of light, the group arrived at the square in front of the Great Nightmare Dynasty's imperial court. Great Nightmare Palace Square. Bam! As the group landed, the square was covered in a cloud of dust. There were 12 thrones on the square. King and the 6 brothers each stood in front of the thrones. When Yan Chuan and his group landed, Gongyang Dalong's eyes narrowed. Yan Chuan. Ju. Meng. Kong Mok. And Meng. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Gongyang Dalong smiled faintly. The 5 smiled Ju. Everyone, please. Gongyang Dalong said lightly. Yan Chuan and the others nodded. Yan Chuan, Meng Rongrong, Kong Mok, Ju, and Meng Sansheng all came to one of the thrones. Wenrua, go to Meng Rongrong's side. Yan Chuan instructed Meng Wenrua. Yes. Meng Wenrua replied. She understood that Yan Chuan wanted her to protect Meng Rongrong. Meng Wenrua naturally had no objections. With a flick of their robes, the group of ambitious and ruthless people slowly sat down. Their subordinates stood behind them. The 12 thrones formed a circle, forming a huge empty space in the middle. The Heaven Alliance meeting officially began. At the same time, in the East Divine Continent, Great Nightmare Dynasty, Yen capital. 60 figures suddenly appeared at the peak of a mountain outside Yen capital. They were all dressed in white, and their eyes were cold. The 5 people in the lead exuded a powerful aura. Sir, this is Yen capital. It's about time. Shall we attack? One of the men in white asked. Lord Gong Yang said that we'll attack at noon. There's still 30 minutes left. Let's wait a little longer, the leader said coldly. This group of people was the 300 immortals sent by Gong Yang Dalong. Only 60 of them were sent to Yen capital. The group of immortals waited patiently. At this moment, Yen capital was also hiding a powerful killing intent. At the entrance of a palace. Huo Guang, Bai Ditian, Feng, Li Si, Yin Hentian, Lu Gang, Tan Lang, and the others were standing there. His Majesty was right. There are indeed powerful enemies coming. Ha! Yi Feng sneered. Prepare to activate the Yen capital formation. Li Si said. Yi Feng nodded. Everyone else, don't move. Bai Ditian and I will kill them. Huo Guang said. Bai Ditian nodded. Just like Wang Jian and Jin Dayu, the 2 of them were not afraid of the immortals. They had been in the deity realm for 40,000 years and had killed countless people. What about me? Tan Lang asked. You? The Terracotta Army is His Majesty's trump card. We can't expose it now. Huo Guang shook his head. Huh? Tan Lang was speechless. Everyone knows that His Majesty has a secret force guarding around Yen capital. Li Si smiled. At this point, everyone's expression changed. They suddenly remembered that when they entered the dream of Tianji, there was a group of black-robed people who followed them. Yan Chuan didn't say who they were, but everyone knew that it was Yan Chuan's secret force. They were from the Butian Pavilion. There are 60 immortals here. I wonder if the two of you can kill them all. I'm sure they'll die, but I wonder if they'll all die in the hands of us. Li Si smiled. Everyone frowned when they heard Li Si's words. Although His Majesty has a secret force, we can't let them look down on us. We can't leave any of them alive. Lu Gang immediately shouted. Everyone nodded. Lord Bai and I will kill them. You guys keep an eye on them and don't let them escape. Huo Guang said solemnly. Just as the officials nodded, a woman's voice came from behind. Don't worry. I'll curse them during the battle. No one will be able to escape. Zizi walked out slowly with Miao in her arms. Greetings, Empress. Everyone bowed. Zizi nodded. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Don't leave a single one alive. An immortal shouted coldly. The immortals charged towards Yan capital. Kill! Huo Guang's roar came from Yan Jin. A blood-red energy spear shot into the sky. Boom! The immortal at the front exploded into a mist of blood. The charging immortals stopped abruptly as they looked at the ferocious spear aura in bewilderment. How could this be? Buzz! A large array enveloped Yan capital. Two silhouettes rushed up. Huo Guang and Bai Ditian instantly charged into the immortals. Boom! A great battle was about to break out. East Divine Continent. South of Julu Academy. In a remote valley. 60 glowing immortals were currently trapped in the valley. There were black-robed people standing on top of a mountain in the valley. A gentle breeze blew past, adding to the eeriness of the place. The group of black-robed people stared at the immortals. Who are you? How dare you stop us? The leader of the immortals said coldly. The leader of the group of black-robed people held a white sword. You're going to destroy Julu Academy, right? The leader of the black-robed people said calmly. How do you know? Who are you? The leader of the immortals said coldly. Members of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, listen up, the leader of the black-robed people said in a low voice. Yes. Leave no one alive. Kill. The leader of the black-robed people said coldly. What? The group of immortals exclaimed. However, the group of black-robed figures paid no attention to him at all, and their swords instantly transformed into numerous graceful WIRMs that pounced towards him. Boom! North Divine Continent. Yao Imperial Dynasty. Yao Tiansheng looked at the group of immortals and sneered. Middle Divine Continent. Archaean Sect Sacred Ground. Heavenly Realm. The Heavenly Realm seemed to produce a huge suction force that crazily sucked in the immortals outside the Heavenly Realm. Ah, what a strong suction force! Ah! The immortals exclaimed as they were sucked in. West Divine Continent. Kong Daoqiu and the disciples of the Kong family looked coldly at the immortals in front of them. Chapter 1070. Yan Chuan vs. King Gaiawei City, Great Nightmare Hall Square. On the 12 thrones, the 6 brothers led King Gaio and looked at Yan Chuan and the other heroes with half-smiles. Yan Chuan, Meng Sansheng, Kong Mo Ku, and Zhu looked indifferent. As for Meng Rongrong, her face was still covered by a veil. Yan Chuan. Zhu. Kong Mo Ku. Meng Sansheng. Meng Rongrong. Gongyang Dalong called them one by one. How dare you? Gongyang Dalong glared at them. The 6 brothers of the Gongyang clan all exuded a piercing aura as they charged toward the crowd. Meng Wenrua was worried that her sister would be at a disadvantage, so she stepped forward and blocked the aura of the 6 immortals. However, Yan Chuan, Meng Sansheng, Kong Mo Ku, and Ju didn't care. They all sneered. How dare you? Why do you say that? Yan Chuan said indifferently. Why do you say that? How many of Daki's officials have you killed? Do you still want to deny it? Gongyang Sanlong shouted. Mr. Gongyang, you must have remembered wrongly. Ju said indifferently. Kong Mo Ku sneered and said, you didn't ask us to attend the Heaven Alliance meeting just to discuss such trivial matters, did you? Ha! Meng Sanxing sneered. A trivial matter. Anger flashed in the eyes of the six brothers. However, they didn't fly into a rage, as if they had planned this beforehand. Instead, they just stared at the crowd. The Heaven Alliance meeting is naturally about world affairs. Gongyang Dalong said again. The crowd looked at Gongyang Dalong. This world is in chaos, and calamities are everywhere. Daki wants to stop the chaos and return peace to the world. Gongyang Dalong said. Oh. Return peace to the world? Da Qi has such high moral integrity. Kong Mok sneered. Why? Do you think it's inappropriate? Gongyang Dalong said coldly. Ha, I don't think it's inappropriate. It's just that our world isn't in chaos. What does Great Qi want? Kong Mok sneered. That's right. Each of us has a divine continent. How can there be chaos in the world? Ju also smiled faintly. East Divine Continent, Great Zhen, Julu, will always be on the same side. Peace and prosperity. Great Qi, you are overthinking things. Yan Chuan also said indifferently. The six Gongyang brothers. Seeing that their excuse didn't work, the six brothers felt depressed. King of Gaiyu, speak. Gongyang Dalong said in a low voice. Yes. King of Gai nodded. Yan Chuan, Ju, and the others all looked at King Gaiyu. King Gai stood up and said, the holy court of Da Qi dominates the universe. Although this world is big, it is not even 1/10 of Da Qi. The six Lord Gongs are the angels of Da Qi. They are in charge of recruiting all the forces in this world and want to unify the world. The Great Nightmare Heaven Dynasty has officially signed an alliance agreement to become Daki's vassal. Everyone, the purpose of today's Heaven Alliance meeting is for you to make the right decision. If you become Daki's vassal, the sacred king of Da Qi will definitely reward you handsomely. After King of Gaiyu finished speaking, the six brothers smiled faintly. However, Yan Chuan, Meng Sansheng, and the others all sneered. Vassal to Daki? You are overthinking things. Meng Sansheng said coldly. Gongyang Dalong narrowed his eyes. Meng Sansheng. Even the Great Nightmare Heaven Dynasty can't resist my dynasty. You are much more powerful than the Great Nightmare Heaven Dynasty. I will not pursue the crime of slaughtering my subjects. This is already a great favor to you. Gongyang Dalong said coldly. Favor? Ha, how can the Great Nightmare Heaven Dynasty represent our strength? Kong Mok also sneered. That's right. We are all native spirits of this world. But you, King of Gaiyu, are from the so-called immortal world? Ha, it's completely different. Ju said coldly. Oh. In your eyes, the Great Nightmare Heaven Dynasty is inferior to you? King of Gaiyu said angrily. Everyone sneered. Gongyang Dalong sneered, a wise man submits to circumstances. However, I have considered your ignorance. I will let King of Gaiyu fight with any one of you. If you win, we, the Gongyang six brothers, will no longer speak of conquering the world. How about it? Oh. Everyone looked at Gongyang Dalong strangely. My lord. King of Gaiyu turned his head and said unwillingly. King of Gaiyu, this is a good opportunity to contribute to Daki. You can only win, not lose. Gongyang Dalong said coldly. King of Gaiyu's skeletal eyes flashed violently. In the end, he could only nod his head helplessly. Turning his head, King of Gaiyu looked at everyone. The group of ambitious people also frowned. King of Gaiyu, please advise me. King of Gaiyu's voice was solemn. King of Gaiyu could see that the immortals were against him. However, he did not expect them to be so vicious. They directly pushed him into the battlefield and forced him to become the enemy of the world. Who do you want to advise? Kong Mok sneered. Ally with King of Gaiyu. Others might be worried that the Gongyang 6 brothers would become powerful. However, Kong Mok was not worried. Powerful? More powerful than the Lotus God. Moreover, the Kong family had an elder ancestor. What was this group of immortals? Kong Mok hoped that everyone here would perish together. As long as everyone perished together, the great Buddha Empire could quickly rule the world. Meng Sancheng, Zhu, and Yan Chuan also frowned slightly. They could also see King of Gaiyu's helplessness. Although everyone wanted to protect the alliance 2 days ago, they did not know where it would lead. After all, no one would sacrifice their own interests to help others. King of Gaiyu looked at Yan Chuan, Zhu, Meng Sancheng, Kong Mok, and Meng Rongrong. He was silent for a while. Behind him, the Snake Emperor and Li Canghai's expressions were extremely ugly. Gongyang Dalong smiled coldly. As a heavenly immortal, Gongyang Dalong was no fool. The loss of the immortals was because he had underestimated this world. Now, he no longer underestimated this world. He instantly saw through many things. King of Gaiyu wanted to use him to deal with the heroes of the world. Gongyang Dalong quickly analyzed this kind of play with fire. Playing with fire will get you killed. Gongyang Dalong felt a chill in his heart. In his helplessness, King of Gaiyu looked at everyone. Finally, he sighed slightly. His gaze suddenly locked onto Yan Chuan. Yan Di. King of Gaiyu took a deep breath. King of Gaiyu chose Yan Chuan. When Yan Chuan was chosen, a trace of worry flashed across Meng Rongrong's eyes. Kong Mo Ku, on the other hand, was gloating. Zhu and Meng Sansheng, on the other hand, narrowed their eyes. The two of them looked further and could not understand why King Gaiyu would choose Yan Chuan. You chose me? Yan Chuan asked in a low voice. Whoosh! King of Gaiyu flipped his hand. A huge bronze coffin suddenly appeared. The sky-burying coffin. I know you are strong, but I have to choose you. Because if I wait any longer, this coffin will no longer belong to me. You said it is yours. If you want it, I can fulfill your wish. But you must defeat me. Defeat me fair and square. My things will not be given to others easily. King of Gaiyu said in a low voice. Yan Chuan looked at the sky-burying coffin and then at King of Gaiyu's bright skeletal eyes. He instantly saw the helplessness and unwillingness of an emperor. Taking a deep breath, Yan Chuan nodded. Slowly, Yan Chuan stepped down from his throne. Ha ha ha, King of Gaiyu can use all your strength. I will open up a battlefield for you. Gongyang Dalong shouted. King of Gaiyu looked at Gongyang Dalong and did not say anything. Instead, he turned to look at Yan Chuan. Then, he looked up at the sea of destiny clouds in the sky. Citizens of the Great Calamity Sky Empire, listen up. I need your strength. Stretch out your right hand and lend me your strength. King of Gaiyu roared. Roar! The sea of destiny clouds in the Great Calamity Sky Empire suddenly let out a deafening dragon roar. King of Gaiyu's voice followed this dragon roar and quickly spread to all the major cities in the Great Calamity Sky Empire. At this moment, the Great Calamity Sky Empire occupied more than half of the southern divine continent. Countless citizens suddenly looked up at the sky in confusion. Very quickly, the citizens of the Great Calamity Sky Empire reacted. Although many did not raise their hands, even more people kept raising their right hands. Wave after wave of energy was extracted and rushed towards Wei City. Rumble. The sea of destiny clouds churned violently. Rays of golden light rushed over from all directions. The statue of King of Gaiyu transformed into an 18-clawed golden dragon. The golden dragon absorbed an endless amount of energy and swooped down towards King of Gaiyu. Boom! The golden dragon and King of Gaiyu merged into one. Instantly, King of Gaiyu's body expanded and became taller and taller. Small, small, small. King of Gaiyu roared. Rumble. King of Gaiyu's body expanded. King of Gaiyu forcefully shrunk his body and became smaller and smaller. Slowly, he returned to normal. However, his strength suddenly skyrocketed. Boom! The entire square of the Great Calamity Sky Empire was swept up by King of Gaiyu's aura. The powers from all over the world were still gathering, and King Guai's powers were getting stronger and stronger. Everyone turned solemn, including the 6 Gong-yang brothers. At this moment, all of them narrowed their eyes as they stared at King Guai, who was getting stronger and stronger. Rumble. After a while, King of Gai's power finally stopped growing. However, at that moment, King of Gai was much stronger than before. Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Gong Yang Dalong suddenly stood up. I have already set up a large array in Wei City. I will open up a space for you all. Gong Yang Dalong said in a deep voice. Suddenly, Gong Yang Dalong waved his hand. Fog suddenly rose from all directions. The rolling fog engulfed the entire Wei City. The Great Nightmare Hall square was surrounded by thick fog, making it difficult for people to see outside the square. Who? In the sky above the square, the fog slowly formed a Tai Chi yin-yang fish diagram. It rotated slowly, as if it was the main hub of the entire formation. One realm, open. Gong Yang Dalong shouted. Who? The square of the Great Nightmare Hall seemed to have expanded by 100,000 times in an instant. It was boundless as far as the eye could see. The square had inexplicably expanded. This is a small world similar to the realm of the gods. However, it does not have a long lifespan. At most, it can last for 10 days. Meng Sansheng looked around. The square of the Great Nightmare Hall expanded by 100,000 times in an instant. It formed a huge open space. The distance between the 12 thrones also increased in an instant. Feng Yin-yang frowned slightly as he calculated the formation that would open up a realm. Alright, here, you all can fight it out. Gong Yang Dalong laughed as he sat down again. In the center of the huge space, Yan Chuan and King of Gai looked at each other. A battle was about to break out. Yan Chuan, take my fist first. King of Gai took a step forward and punched towards Yan Chuan. With a punch, the surrounding void shook. It carried a huge force and rushed towards Yan Chuan outside the square of the Great Nightmare Hall. 4 Earth Immortals led close to 100 Immortals and looked up at the formation in the sky. One of the Earth Immortals took a deep breath and said coldly, the formation has been opened. Master's plan has also begun. Now, everyone, follow me to kill all the living beings in Wei City. Blood sacrifice formation. Leave no one alive. Kill them all. Yes. 100 Immortals immediately surrounded Wei City. One by one, they took out their magic treasures to kill all the living beings in Wei City. Chapter 1071. Tragic Heavenly Dynasty, Wei City. On a square. At this moment, there were hundreds of cultivators lying on the ground. They had just raised their right hands and transferred all their strength to King Guai. Now, they were exhausted and sat down on the ground. Looking at the dense fog around them, many Xiuzhe revealed curious expressions. Who is His Majesty going to deal with this time? Everyone guessed. Who? Suddenly, a white figure landed on the square. The white figure held a long sword in his hand and looked around at the crowd. An immortal? Immediately, a cultivator recognized him. Senior Immortal, please accept me as your disciple. Greetings, Immortal. The Xiuzha on the square instantly became excited. But the immortal's eyes were extremely cold. A cold smile appeared on his face as he swung his sword. Shing! Tens of thousands of sword lights rushed towards this group of Xiuzha who no longer had any resistance. Ah! Many Xiuzha were killed on the spot. However, there were some quick-witted Xiuzha who dodged. Ah, save me, save me! Those Xiuzha were fleeing. You think you can escape from me? Die! Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, a large number of practitioners fell to the ground. The moment they fell to the ground, the blood of this group of practitioners was suddenly sucked into the sky by a suction force. Not only was his blood sucked out, but his soul was also sucked out, rushing into the Taiji yin-yang fish at the center of the formation. A wisp of blood mist rushed up, and the Taiji yin-yang fish seemed to be dyed red. The square of the Great Nightmare Hall had already been expanded by a realm. It was isolated from the outside world, but one could still see the huge Taiji yin-yang fish in the sky. It was like a huge jade wall suspended in the sky. Below, Yan Chuan and King of Gai were in the midst of their battle. Yan Chuan's Jade Emperor's sword and Emperor's sword circled around them, forming a huge sword chi storm. Boom! King of Gaia punched out, causing the sword chi tempest to scatter. Yan Chuan was surrounded by a large number of stars. Without using the universe in the palm, Yan Chuan fought King of Gai with punch after punch. Boom! Boom! The two fists collided, creating a huge impact. The powerful vibrations caused the surrounding people to be shocked. He was shocked by Yan Chuan's strength. King of Gai Yu had mobilized the power of a dynasty, and yet Yan Chuan was still able to fight evenly with him. World suppression. The sky-burying coffin came crashing down. The Emperor's sword and the Jade Emperor's sword were instantly defeated. Yan Chuan struck out with his palm. Boom! Yan Chuan's palm struck the other side of the sky-burying coffin, causing it to stop abruptly. After all, Yan Chuan was immune to the sky-burying coffin. Yan Chuan and King Gai Yu each grabbed one end of the sky-burying coffin. They poured in a huge amount of energy and collided with each other. The two of them stood still, and a large number of cracks appeared on the square under their feet. Rumble. For a moment, Yan Chuan's face was filled with rage, while King Guai's ferocious nature was also unleashed. Around the two of them, the storm formed by their auras seemed to form a tornado, wrapping the two of them within. This coffin can't do anything to you, but you haven't formed a blood bond with it. I don't believe that in a short 200 years, your strength has increased to a level comparable to mine. I don't believe it. Hell of all evils! King Guai roared. From King Guai's sleeves, billowing black gas followed the sky-burying coffin and rushed towards Yan Chuan. Stellar cycle. Yan Chuan exerted force in his palm. Countless stars surrounded the sky-burying coffin and rushed towards the black gas. Boom! In the middle of the sky-burying coffin, the black gas and the stars did not give way to each other, clashing with each other. The two emperors were fighting with their own endurance. Around them, the subordinates of the two dynasties looked anxious. Meng Rongrong looked worried. She stretched out her hands, and a Guqin appeared on her knees. A glint flashed in the eyes of the 6 Ram brothers. At this moment, the black and white Taiji yin-yang fish suddenly showed traces of blood. More and more traces of blood appeared. Gradually, the Taiji yin-yang fish turned redder and redder. Gradually, it turned blood-red. A blood-red Taiji. More and more experts looked up at the sky, their brows furrowed. From the blood-red Taiji, the stench of blood could be smelled. This is... Zhu narrowed his eyes. What a heavy stench of blood! Meng Sanxing said with a frown. At this moment, the battle between Yan Chuan and King Guai changed. The black gas and the stars enveloping the sky-burying coffin finally had a winner. The stars slowly eroded the black gas, and the black gas was continuously expelled from the sky-burying coffin. Crack! 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 Bit by bit, Yan Chuan gained the upper hand, and King Guai's strength was slowly being suppressed. Bit by bit, the black gas was expelled until it was completely expelled from the sky-burying coffin. Smack! Yan Chuan's palm energy grabbed the sky-burying coffin tightly. The sky-burying coffin is mine, Yan Chuan said solemnly. No, it's mine, King Guai Jiaohu cried out. His grip tightened. It's no use, King Guai. You've lost, Yan Chuan said loudly. Boom! Yan Chuan jerked his hand, and the sky-burying coffin suddenly flew out of King Guai's hand. Yan Chuan had won. He had used his strength to take the sky-burying coffin. The moment the sky-burying coffin left his hand, King Guai seemed to have felt the determination of the sky-burying coffin. At the same time, he understood that Yan Chuan had won this battle. No! King Guai was filled with resentment, and he wanted to grab the sky-burying coffin again. At this moment, the 6 brothers of the Gong Yang clan suddenly moved. Both of Dalong's hands glowed red, and he pressed down on the ground. Wang! The crimson Tai Chi shook, and a huge crimson light pillar shot down. The light pillar rushed into the battlefield and enveloped Yan Chuan and King Guai. Wang! It was as though everything within the light pillar had been imprisoned. Yan Chuan and King Guai, who had been exerting their strength, suddenly froze. It was as though they were frozen in place. Not good. Your Majesty. The Snake Emperor, Wang Jian, Jin Dayu, and the others all stood up in Jiaohu. Once Gong Yang Dalong controlled the array formation, the 5 Gong Yang brothers immediately began to move. Bam! Dalong struck his palm in the direction of the Snake Emperor, stopping King Guai's officials from coming to help. Wulong struck his palm in the direction of Wang Jian and Jin Dayu, stopping Yan Chuan's officials from coming to help. Silong struck his palm in the direction of Meng Wenrua, stopping Meng Wenrua from coming to help. Sanlong and Erlong, on the other hand, struck at the imprisoned Yan Chuan and King Guai. The 2 emperors were currently imprisoned by the array and could not move at all. The 2 heavenly immortals each struck with their full strength, trying to kill the 2 in one fell swoop. The situation suddenly changed. Zhu and Meng Sansheng could not react in time. Or perhaps, the 2 of them had already reacted, but they did not make a move. If it did not concern them, there was no need to fight to the death. As for Kong Mok, he immediately seized this opportunity. Viciousness flashed in his eyes, and he also struck at the 2 in the light pillar. Kong Mok's target was Yan Chuan. As long as Yan Chuan did not die, Kong Mok's heart would never be at peace. Now that he was restrained, how could he not hit him when he was down? Killing intent instantly swept through the square of Great Nightmare Hall. Dalong controlled the array with a face full of excitement. Dalong did not underestimate the people of the world anymore. Therefore, he set up this killing array. He wanted to kill everyone in one fell swoop. As long as Yan Chuan and King Guai died, the remaining people would have no chance of turning the tables. Bastard, stop! Snake Emperor shouted with a group of Great Nightmare Hall officials. But Dalong was a heavenly immortal after all. Not to mention killing everyone, it was too easy for him to stop them. Boom! Dalong beat back the Great Nightmare Hall officials. Wang Jian and Jin Dayu both attacked Dalong. Although the 2 of them were strong, they could not defeat Dalong with their mortal bodies. After all, it took some time to deal with an earth immortal back then, let alone a heavenly immortal now. Meng Wenrua against Dalong was even more so. 1 punch was aimed at King Guai, while 2 punches were aimed at Yan Chuan. The power of the 3 punches caused the void to ripple. Yan Chuan and King Guai were about to be severely injured. The heavenly immortals and Kong Mok all looked ferocious. Ghost Valley's dragon vein, break. Feng Yinyang suddenly roared from afar. Boom! In the sky, a crack appeared on the blood-colored Tai Chi. And the moment it cracked, the two emperors could move again. But it was already too late, especially for King Guai. He had just used up his power and had not recovered yet. In a hurry, he rushed towards Dalong Dalong. In a hurry, Yan Chuan could only block Dalong Dalong Dalong. Facing Kong Mok's sneak attack, he could not do anything. Ha ha ha, Yan Chuan, die. Kong Mok laughed excitedly. Boom! The two emperors and the two heavenly immortals clashed. Yan Chuan's palm formed a universe in the palm and crashed towards them. Boom! The hasty universe in the palm was too weak, and many stars were shattered. But these were not the most dangerous. The most dangerous one was Kong Mok, who was aiming at Yan Chuan's back. He was about to reach Yan Chuan's back. Suddenly, a white figure appeared behind Yan Chuan's back. Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong suddenly appeared behind Yan Chuan's back. She loosened the strings of her zither. Dong 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 dong. The sound of the zither was ferocious. Along with the sound waves, 7 or 8 black demons appeared and rushed towards Kong Mok. You're courting death. Kong Mok looked anxious and increased the strength of his fists. Boom! 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 The gigantic demons formed by the sound waves exploded one after another. Kong Mok's fist continued to charge toward Meng Rongrong with an indomitable will. He broke through all the sound barriers. The fists were reduced by 80%, and the remaining 20% hit Meng Rongrong's stomach. Ah! The huge impact sent Meng Rongrong flying. She crashed into Yan Chuan's back. At this moment, the heavenly immortal crisis Yan Chuan was facing was resolved by the universe in the palm. Bam! Meng Rongrong crashed into Yan Chuan's back. Yan Chuan's expression changed. He flipped his hand and hugged Meng Rongrong. Little sister. Meng Wenrua shouted from afar. On the other side, King of Gai wasn't as lucky as Yan Chuan. He was ambushed by Gong Yang Sanlong, and one of his arms exploded. Ah! King of Gai screamed. Ha 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 ha! King Gaio, you've played with fire. This punch of mine has already shattered your soul fire. Today is the day you die. Gong Yang Sanlong laughed loudly. Cough cough cough. Playing with fire. Ha! King of Gai was extremely bitter. In the skeleton's eyes, a dim light flickered. Clearly, his foundation had been damaged. Yan Chuan carried Meng Rongrong and looked at the severely injured King of Gai. His expression was ugly as he tossed the sky-burying coffin in his hand. King of Gai, catch! Yan Chuan shouted. Bam! King of Gai's single arm caught the sky-burying coffin. The dim light in King of Gai's skeleton's eyes suddenly exploded. Shameless immortal. I, King of Gai, will only die standing. How can I submit to a bunch of rascals like you? King of Gai roared. He waved the sky-burying coffin in his hand and smashed it towards Gong Yang Sanlong. World suppression. King of Gai roared. On the other side, Yan Chuan carried Meng Rongrong, who was vomiting blood, and retreated to the side. Humph. Kong Mok's face was filled with hatred. Cough cough. Let me go. I'm fine. I don't need you to care. Meng Rongrong pushed Yan Chuan. Seeing that Meng Rongrong's injuries weren't serious, Yan Chuan heaved a sigh of relief. Meng Wenrua, protect Rongrong. Yan Chuan shouted. Yes. Meng Wenrua quickly went forward. Only then did Yan Chuan let go of Meng Rongrong. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at the immortals and Kong Mok. Chapter 1072. Meng Wenrua, protect Rongrong. Yan Chuan called out. Yes. Meng Wenrua quickly stepped forward. Yan Chuan finally let go of Meng Rongrong, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at the immortals and Kong Mok. Although Yan Chuan had left the battlefield, he was still the center of attention in the Great Nightmare Hall. Because just now, Yan Chuan had blocked the full power attack of a heavenly immortal. A full power attack, and King of Gai had been injured, but Yan Chuan was unscathed. Zhu and Meng Sansheng looked at him with surprise. The immortals were even more confused. They had already overestimated Yan Chuan's strength, but he was unscathed. This Yan Chuan was too good at hiding. Kong Mok also understood now why Lotus Goddess had told him that he was still no match for Yan Chuan. At the very least, he would not have been as casual as Yan Chuan just now. Gongyang Erlong's face darkened. He immediately understood how terrifying Yan Chuan was. When Gongyang Dalong had devised this plan, the Gongyang brothers had thought it was unnecessary. Now, it seemed that they had underestimated the people of this world. Gongyang. Yan Chuan's face darkened. A faint blood mist slowly floated around him. Yan Chuan's eyes gradually turned red. His hair suddenly grew to his waist. A thin line of blood appeared between his eyebrows. Boom! The Great Nightmare Hall square suddenly shook. As it shook, nearly half of the ground suddenly turned into a sea of blood. Waves of blood surged, rolling. In the sky, rolling blood clouds covered Yan Chuan. Waves of blood surged around Yan Chuan, making him look like a peerless demon god. The 6 Gongyang brothers' faces twitched. Sea of blood? Sword demon? Yan Zizai. Gongyang Dalong's face changed. How is this possible? Who are you? Who is Yan Zizai to you? Gongyang Erlong exclaimed. The 6 brothers of Gongyang suddenly looked terrified. Humph! Yan Chuan coldly snorted, and the blood sea rolled up a monstrous wave of blood and swept towards Gongyang Erlong. The waves of blood soared into the sky and transformed into a peerless demon god. It held a blood-red jade emperor sword and stabbed towards Gongyang Erlong. Bastard! You're not Yan Zizai, so why should I be afraid of you? Rongyang Erlong's ferocious nature was aroused, and he immediately rushed in with his sword. Second brother, don't! Gongyang Dalong exclaimed. However, Gongyang Erlong had already charged in. Boom! Gongyang Erlong slashed the blood wave with his sword. But in the blink of an eye, hundreds of waves of blood suddenly appeared from all directions and swept towards Gongyang Erlong. Boom! 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 The waves of blood were as dense as a rainstorm as they violently battered Gongyang Erlong. Above the sea of blood, Yan Chuan walked step by step towards Gongyang Erlong. Every step he took was accompanied by a strong aura of death. On the other side, King Gai only had one arm left, and his foundation was injured. When Yan Chuan threw the sky-burying coffin over, King Gai turned his head and his eyes flashed. He said something that no one could hear, "Thank you." The sky-burying coffin was not given to King Gai, but was loaned to him. Although King Gai had lost, Yan Chuan still felt sorry for this ambitious and ruthless person. Borrowing the sky-burying coffin gave him a final demonstration of his determination. World suppression. The sky-burying coffin in King Gai's hands slammed down. Gongyang Sanlong punched towards the sky-burying coffin. Boom! Gongyang Sanlong's body was suddenly smashed into the ground. Great immortal weapon! Gongyang Sanlong exclaimed. Great Immortal Weapon was a magic treasure that was a level higher than Heaven Immortal Weapon. This was a Great Immortal Weapon. How could there be a Great Immortal Weapon in the mortal world? World suppression. King Gai roared with a hoarse voice. Boom! In the distance, the Snake Emperor and the other officials had an ugly expression on their faces. This was because they had seen King Gai's final despair. As his officials, they could not intervene in this battle. Roar! The Snake Emperor roared furiously, venting the anger in his heart. Meng Sansheng looked around and turned to look at Zhu. It seems like everything has returned to its original path. Meng Sansheng smiled faintly. Their original path. Originally, they had formed an alliance to fight against the group of immortals. Unfortunately, Yan Chuan and King Gai's battle had disrupted the alliance. Now, it had returned to normal. Zhu nodded and said, "Yes, since I have returned, I will naturally not break my promise." As he spoke, Zhu's body flashed and suddenly blocked in front of Gongyang Sanlong. "Zhu, you want to stop me?" Gongyang Sanlong stared at him. "No, I want to kill you." Zhu's eyes flashed with ferocity. "You are courting death." Gongyang Sanlong roared. "Humph." Boom. The two of them clashed palm to palm with a loud bang. Meng Sansheng tossed out the Hong Meng gourd. "Treasure, please accept." A huge suction force was directed towards Gongyang Sanlong. Rumble. "Bastard, Meng Sansheng." Gongyang Wulong roared. The Hong Meng gourd suction force was too strong. It was so strong that Gongyang Wulong could not fight back. He could only resist the terrifying suction force. Meng Sansheng's eyes were cold as he continued to activate the Hong Meng gourd. At that moment, for some unknown reason, Gongyang Lulong suddenly rushed toward Kong Mok. "Kong Mok! Die!" Gongyang Lulong struck out with his palm. "Bastard, are you out of your mind?" "I'm not with them." Kong Mok roared gloomily. "I don't care if you're in cahoots or not. Today, all of you will die." Gongyang Lulong shouted angrily. "Bastard!" Kong Mok's expression changed, and he gloomily countered with a palm. Kong Mok's body glowed with white light. With the power of the Lotus God in his body, his strength skyrocketed. Boom! Two powerful forces suddenly collided. In the square of the Great Nightmare Hall, a storm was brewing. The aftermath of the battle was intense. The entire square was in chaos. Boom! 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 The battle continued. Wang Jian and Jin Dayu looked at Feng Yinyang. Feng Yinyang stood on the heavenly lake. Rings of light slowly revolved around him. Feng Yinyang stared fixedly at the distant Gongyang Dalong. Feng Yinyang was in the middle of seizing control of the array formation. Ong! Ong! Dragon roars could be heard from all directions. The dragon vein that had been summoned by Feng Yin and Yang was crazily attacking the formation. In the distance, Gongyang Dalong also looked at Feng Yinyang in surprise. Just now, it was Feng Yinyang who broke his grand array. Now, he still wanted to seize the array. Once the great array was seized, it would be no small matter. How could a mortal have such strong attainments in array formations? Heaven, earth, man, god, ghost, god, man, earth, heaven, 1,000 dragon pillars, seize the formation. Feng Yinyang shouted. Buzz! Suddenly, a beam of light shot down from the scarlet Taiji high in the sky. Bang! Gongyang Dalong was enveloped by it. Gongyang Dalong's body suddenly stopped. It was as if he had been imprisoned. Gongyang Dalong's eyes widened in disbelief. I have already imprisoned Gongyang Dalong. Kill him quickly. Feng Yinyang's tone was anxious. Obviously, he could not maintain this state for long. Sure enough, Gongyang Dalong's body trembled slightly as if he was about to break free. All right. Wang Jian and Jin Dayu were about to charge over. Dong! 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 The sound of a zither suddenly rang out. Ha! In the sound waves, a peerless giant demon appeared. It held a long saber in its hand and charged over. Bang! The saber slashed across Gongyang Dalong's neck. His head was separated from his body. Gongyang Dalong is dead. Countless cultivators in the surroundings immediately looked over in surprise. It was Meng Rongrong playing the zither with difficulty. In the distance, Kong Mok's expression changed. This zither music was too terrifying. Gongyang Dalong's head flew in the air. At the same time, he saw the fate of his brothers. The first to see it was Gongyang Erlong. In the sea of blood, Yan Chuan grabbed Gongyang Erlong and lifted him up. Gongyang Erlong showed a ferocious expression. Rip! Ah! Gongyang Erlong's death was even more miserable. He was torn in half on the spot. Yan Chuan's ferocious aura raged. At Gongyang Sanlong's place, great world suppression. No! When the sky-burying coffin fell, Gongyang Sanlong was smashed into meat paste. At Gongyang Silong's place, a large hand pressed down on Gongyang Silong's head. Star-picking hand. How is this possible? Gongyang Silong exclaimed. Bang! Gongyang Silong's head exploded. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Gongyang Wulong screamed again and again. No! Big brother, save me! Gongyang Wulong screamed as he was sucked into the primordial gourd. As for Kong Mok, a pure white lotus appeared above his head. As soon as the lotus appeared, Kong Mok's strength skyrocketed. He thrust his palm into Gongyang Liulong's chest and grabbed Gongyang Liulong's heart. While Gongyang Lulong was still in disbelief, Kong Mok sneered and made a grabbing motion. Bang! Gongyang Liulong's heart exploded. Plop! Gongyang Dalong's head fell to the ground. After seeing his brothers being killed in an extremely tragic manner, he died with his eyes wide open. After tearing Gongyang Erlong apart, Yan Chuan turned his head and looked at Kong Mok. Kong Mok's face changed. The old enmity was endless, and now there was a new one. Let's go. Kong Mok stretched out his hand and waved the great Buddhist official. Bang! All of a sudden, a hole appeared in the formation, and Kong Mok fled with the great Buddhist official. Lotus God. Yan Chuan suddenly showed a look of surprise. Kong Mok had a white lotus above his head. Back then, Yang Zigu had a black lotus above his head. It was too similar. Yan Chuan said. Zhu and Meng Sansheng also showed a look of surprise. Lotus God. Back again. Meng Sansheng's face was extremely ugly. Wang Jian, Jin Dayu, come out of the array and kill all the immortals outside. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes. The two answered. They immediately stepped out of the square. Yan Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong with concern in his eyes. Meng Rongrong turned her head away, not daring to look at Yan Chuan's concerned eyes. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Snake Emperor, Li Canghai, and the other great nightmare officials immediately surrounded King of Gai. The last attack seemed to have used up all of King of Gai's strength. After the attack, King of Gai's entire body bent over. The officials rushed forward in Jiaohu. King of Gai's eyes flashed, and he forced himself to stand up straight. It was as if he had to stand even if he died. Many of the officials showed a look of sadness. Ha, ha ha ha. King of Gai laughed tragically. In the end, it's still the end. Ha 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 ha. King of Gai's voice was filled with helplessness and desolation. Chapter 1073. In the end, this is the outcome. Ha 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 ha. King of Gai's voice was filled with helplessness and desolation. Roar. A sorrowful dragon roar came from within King of Gai's body. The golden dragon of fortune emerged from his body and soared into the sea of fortune clouds. With the departure of the golden dragon of fortune, King of Gai's body trembled. He was so weak that he could be blown away by a gust of wind. Your Majesty. The ministers cried out in grief. Some of the ministers were even crying. King of Gai looked at the ministers and said bitterly, My dear ministers, I have disappointed you. Long live your Majesty. Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty! The ministers knelt down and cried out. Ha 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 ha, I am content to have all of you supporting me in my life. King of Gai laughed heartily. Not far away, Yan Chuan, Meng Sansheng, and Zhu did not interrupt. Before them, King of Gai was at the end of his life. The three of them respected him and did not make things difficult for him. This was respect for the strong. This was a common trait among the strong. Perhaps one day, they too would be at the end of their life. Not for King of Gai, but for themselves, the ministers did not disturb him. Your Majesty, you will be fine. If something happens to you, what should we do? Li Songhai said sadly. The great nightmare dynasty is about to collapse. All of you will be free. King of Gai said bitterly. No, it is because of your Majesty that we are protected. Your Majesty, you will be fine. The ministers cried. Then, I will point you in the right direction. King of Gai suddenly said. As he spoke, King of Gai looked at the sky-burying coffin in his palm and took a deep breath. Yan Chuan. King of Gai shouted. King of Gai. Yan Chuan nodded from afar. Thank you for lending me the sky-burying coffin. King of Gai said. Yan Chuan nodded and sighed. At this moment, Yan Chuan felt like he was looking at himself in his past life. In his past life, he had also experienced the end of his life. A subject of the heavenly dynasty, I wonder if you've taken a liking to him? King of Gai asked bitterly. The moment King Gai said that, everyone's expressions changed. Yan Chuan naturally understood as well. I couldn't ask for more. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said solemnly. I have a favor to ask of you. King of Gaia said. Please speak. I have no more strength left. I beg of you, if you are unwilling to enter the great perfection ghostly cultivator realm, use the sky-burying coffin to send him back to the immortal world. King of Gaia pleaded. Your Majesty. A group of officials prostrated themselves on the ground and cried. All right. Yan Chuan nodded. Many thanks. King of Gai said bitterly. Citizens of the heavenly court, listen up. I am King Yu of Gaia. King Yu of Gaia suddenly raised his head and bellowed. Roar. The golden dragon of destiny let out a long roar. King Guayo's voice instantly spread throughout the great tragedy Heaven Empire. Today's great tragedy Heaven Empire has met with a great calamity. I cannot absolve myself from the blame. My destruction is imminent. With the help of the Great Perfection Heaven Empire, everything in the Great Perfection Heaven Empire will belong to the Great Perfection Heaven Empire. All citizens, return to the Great Perfection Heaven Empire and follow me into this world. Those who are unwilling to enter the Great Perfection Heaven Empire, head to the Yen capital. Yan Chuan will send you all back to the immortal world. King of Gaia shouted. Roar. In the sky, the golden dragon of destiny let out a deafening roar. Rumble. Destiny rolled towards the northeast direction and flowed rapidly. The nation's destiny returned to the Great Perfection Heaven Empire. Yan Chuan, Zhu, and Meng Sansheng all looked at King Yu of Gaia in shock. No one expected King Yu of Gaia to make such a decision. Especially Zhu, whose face was filled with anxiety. Another karmic ranking of heaven and earth had disappeared. Another one. Zhu clenched his fists and smiled bitterly. He finally understood why King Yu of Gaia was willing to give everything to the Great Perfection Heaven Empire. Other than the fact that Yan Chuan was a hero, there was another reason. It was because Yan Chuan had lent him the sky-burying coffin previously, allowing him to fulfill his wish and resolve his worries. Zhu originally had a chance. When the 6 Gong-yang brothers attacked, he could have helped King Yu of Gaia. If he had helped, King Yu of Gaia would definitely be grateful to him regardless of the outcome. The karmic ranking of heaven and earth would also be given to him. This was because Yan Chuan was not in a hurry to obtain the karmic ranking of heaven and earth. Ju's face was filled with bitterness. It should have been his, it should have been his. The providence surged toward Yen Jin. King Yu of Gaia's body became thinner and thinner. Did you all hear what I said just now? I have high hopes for the Great Perfection Heaven Empire. You all can follow the Great Perfection Heaven Empire. Of course, if you all have other plans, I won't stop you. King Yu of Gaia said bitterly. Your Majesty. The officials fell to the ground and cried. They were speechless. Even before the emperor died, he was still trying to find a way out for everyone. Although the emperor lost in the end, all the officials were grateful. When the heavens do evil, we can still survive. But when we do evil, we can't live. I shouldn't have come to this world to fight. But if I don't fight, the heavens won't let me live. I ask the heavens, when will I be able to live? I don't want to live forever, but I just want to live. Heavens, what else can we do? King Yu of Gaia looked up at the sky and lamented. Crack. 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 Cracking sounds came from King Yu of Gaia's skull. In the skull, the soul flame flickered intensely. Step by step, he walked past the kneeling officials and stood in front of Yen Chuan. Clang! The sky-burying coffin fell to the ground. Yen Chuan, your item. King Yu of Gaia said bitterly. Yen Chuan took a deep breath and reached out his hand. Yen Chuan took the sky-burying coffin. Zhu and Meng Sanqing frowned but didn't say anything. I have returned to the heavens and earth. Thank you. King Yu of Gaia said solemnly. King Yu of Gaia, why did you give me the Great Nightmare Dynasty? An emperor must fight and not surrender. Even in death, he must not lose. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. When Yen Chuan said that, Zhu's expression changed. He also noticed something unusual. Entrusting the country. Entrusting. An emperor enjoyed the worship of the masses. Only then would the emperor's thoughts be clear. Even if an emperor fell, this thought wouldn't be lost. From birth to death, one must have the emperor's heart. But now, King Yu of Gaia actually entrusted the country. I was originally a little skeleton wandering in the netherworld sea. In the past, I was ignorant. As long as I didn't meet any strong skeletons, I would be satisfied. However, many things happened and I reached this step. I built the emperor's heart and became an emperor. Today, I lost and my emperor's heart collapsed. If I could start over again, I wouldn't want to be an emperor. Ha ha ha. You are more suitable to be an emperor than me. No, I, King Yu of Gaia, have seen countless emperors. You are the one with the most emperor's chi. King Yu of Gaia said bitterly. Yen Chuan's expression flickered. The skeleton race doesn't enter the cycle of reincarnation. When you die, you return to heaven and earth and become a wisp of pure ghost fire in the netherworld sea? Yen Chuan asked. That's right. My race doesn't enter the cycle of reincarnation. We don't enter the cycle of reincarnation. King Yu of Gaia said bitterly. Since you entrusted the country to me, I will also give you something. Whether it is useful or not, everything will be decided by the heavens. Yen Chuan took a deep breath and said. As he said that, a green ball of light suddenly appeared on the tip of Yen Chuan's right finger. Ding! Yen Chuan's right finger touched King Yu of Gaia's forehead. A piece of life-stealing derivative poison was injected into King Yu of Gaia's forehead. King Yu of Gaia's weak soul flame suddenly flashed, as if it was bursting with a dazzling light. After absorbing the life-stealing derivative poison, King Yu of Gaia immediately analyzed. Thank you. Everything will be decided by the heavens. King Yu of Gaia suddenly bowed respectfully to Yen Chuan. Not far away, Meng Sansheng and Zhu revealed a curious look. King Yu of Gaia bowed to Yen Chuan. How could this be? Great Nightmare Dynasty, farewell. King Yu of Gaia opened his only arm and shouted to the sky. Wang! King Yu of Gaia's body suddenly turned into a dust-like light. Gradually, King Yu of Gaia's body became less and less. Gradually, it disappeared completely. Your Majesty! The officials of Great Nightmare Dynasty cried. But at this moment, King Yu of Gaia had completely disappeared from the world. A hero of a generation had completely disappeared. Meng Sansheng and Zhu sighed softly. As for Yan Chuan, he looked at the place where King Yu of Gaia had disappeared. A faint light flashed in his eyes. Your Majesty! The officials cried out in grief. But King Yu of Gaia was no longer there. The square was filled with wails and cries. Dong 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 dong. Suddenly, the sound of a guqin rang out. A wave of murderous sound Dao shot towards Li Songhai, who was kneeling on the ground. Li Songhai immediately dodged. Boom! A crater was blasted into the ground. It was Meng Rongrong who had killed Li Songhai. This ambush immediately caused the cries in the square to stop. Yan Chuan, what are you doing? You promised your Majesty just now. Are you trying to kill us? Li Songhai suddenly shouted. The moment Li Songhai spoke, the officials around him were shocked. The Snake Emperor also looked sorrowful as he looked coldly at the surroundings. Li Songhai, I will naturally fulfill my promise to King Yu of Gaia. But, except for you. Yan Chuan said coldly. Me? Why? Yan Chuan, are you going back on your word? Li Songhai shouted angrily. Go back on my word. I will go back on my word if I don't kill you. I did not promise King Yu of Gaia that I would not seek revenge on you. But I promised my officials that I would avenge their father. Li Songhai, when you killed Meng Ziqiu, you should have thought of this day. Yan Chuan said coldly. Whoosh! Meng Wenrua suddenly stepped forward. Meng Rongrong also stepped forward with her zither. Su Sanyang also stepped forward with her sword. The three of them stared at Li Songhai. Yan Chuan, why you're despicable? Li Songhai roared. At this moment, the group of officials of the Great Nightmare Dynasty also revealed a deep suspicion towards Yan Chuan. Humph. Yan Chuan snorted coldly. Wenrua, you have the strength to seek revenge. I won't interfere. Thank you, Your Majesty. Meng Wenrua said gratefully. Whoosh! Meng Wenrua's aura suddenly erupted. The 12th level of the upper void stage caused the faces of the people around to sink. No one expected Meng Wenrua, a civil official, to have such strength. Zhu frowned deeply. Although he knew Meng Wenrua was no match for him, he was still shocked by Yan Chuan's methods. How was Meng Wenrua's strength in the past? How did his strength increase when he arrived in the Great Jin Dynasty? Your Majesty, you promised to let me join the Demon Imperial Dynasty. I agreed. Your Majesty, you must protect me. Li Songhai cried out. The expressions of the officials of the Great Nightmare Dynasty changed. The Serpent Emperor, in particular, had a terrifyingly dark expression on his face. Li Songhai, you've already disobeyed His Majesty. The Serpent Emperor said with a sinister look in his eyes. The officials who had sympathized with Li Songhai looked at him with disdain. Sympathy? Sympathize with this treacherous official? The officials looked at Li Songhai with hatred in their eyes. Li Songhai knew he was in trouble as soon as he spoke. However, since things had come to this, he could only go to Zhu. Your Majesty, save me! Li Songhai cried out. Zhu looked at Li Songhai with a dark expression. He took a deep breath and shook his head. I suddenly feel the Demon Imperial Dynasty doesn't need an official like you. Ah! Li Songhai froze in the air in shock. Chapter 1074. Meng Rongrong ascends to immortality. Zhu looked at Li Songhai with a gloomy face. He took a deep breath and shook his head. I suddenly feel that the monster imperial court doesn't need a subject like you. Ah. Li Songhai froze in the air. Li Songhai was deserted by his friends and family. Whoosh! Li Songhai fled in a certain direction. Where do you think you're going? Meng Wenruo roared. Meng Wenruo appeared in front of Li Songhai and slapped him on the head. Boom! Li Songhai froze, a dumbfounded look on his face. Give me back my master's life, you scoundrel! Su Sanyang yelled. TSK. Su Sanyang's sword pierced Li Songhai's heart. After being slapped by Meng Wenruo, Li Songhai lost consciousness and could not resist Su Sanyang's sword. Ding ding ding, dong dong dong. Meng Rongrong zither sounded. Thousands of black ghosts appeared in the sound waves and pounced on Li Songhai's corpse. Ah woo! Ah woo! The ghosts gnawed on Li Songhai's corpse. In the blink of an eye, Li Songhai's skin and bones were devoured. Although the subjects of the Great Nightmare Imperial Court could not bear to see this happen, no one stopped them. A traitor deserved no sympathy. Zhu and Meng Rongrong looked at Meng Rongrong in surprise. Meng Rongrong's zither skills had reached an unbelievable level. Zither illusions? Not only was it an illusion, but it was also created through the sound of the zither. Father, I've finally avenged you. Meng Wenruo suddenly knelt down. His eyes were red. Su Sanyang knelt beside Meng Wenruo. Meng Rongrong also returned. The three of them kowtowed to the sky 3 times before slowly standing up. Now that they had gotten their revenge, they felt relieved. At the same time, they seemed to have matured a lot because of Meng Ziqiu's death. Meng Rongrong turned around and looked at her surroundings. Finally, she looked at Yan Chuan who was protecting her. Looking at Yan Chuan, Meng Rongrong's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of bitterness. When Yan Chuan saw the look in Meng Rongrong's eyes, his heart also ached. But he didn't know what to say. Meng Rongrong looked up at the sky and closed her eyes as if she was making a final decision. Around them, Feng Yinyang also slowly withdrew the formation. Gongyang Dalong's formation opened, and the square of the Great Nightmare Hall instantly shrunk to its original size. However, at this moment, it was already a mess. In Wei City, almost all the citizens were dead. On the other side, Wang Jian and Jin Dayu were chasing after 2 immortals. Die! Boom! 2 immortals instantly fell to the 2 of them. The 2 of them quickly returned after killing the group of immortals. In the deathly silent Wei City, a bunch of officials cried out once more. The Snake Emperor had a bitter look on his face. At this moment, Meng Rongrong opened her eyes as her aura skyrocketed. Whoosh! The skyrocketing aura soared to the sky. In the sky, dark clouds suddenly rolled, 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation. Not far away, Zhu frowned. Tribulation? Rongrong, what are you doing? Yan Chuan suddenly frowned. Meng Rongrong looked at Yan Chuan and shook her head slightly. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. The words, I'm leaving, seemed to express all the sadness in Meng Rongrong's heart. After saying that, Meng Rongrong soared to the sky and went straight for the tribulation clouds. Whoosh! Meng Rongrong entered the tribulation clouds. Ding ding dong dong. In the tribulation clouds, Meng Rongrong suddenly played the zither. Meng Rongrong was inside the tribulation clouds, undergoing the tribulation. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Meng Rongrong's last words kept echoing in Yan Chuan's mind. Although their love was bitter, how could Yan Chuan not feel it? He took a deep breath. Meng Wenruo. Yes, Your Majesty. Meng Wenruo quickly stepped forward. You and Su Sanyang, go through the tribulation immediately and protect Meng Rongrong. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Meng Wenruo naturally had no objection. Protect his sister. It was his duty. However, he could not solve the doubts in his heart. Yan Chuan looked at Meng Wenrua, took a deep breath, and told Meng Wenrua the truth. Meng Rongrong is already my woman. Protect her well in the immortal realm. I will come for you. Meng Wenrua's expression changed, and she immediately understood everything. Meng Wenrua smiled bitterly and nodded. Meng Wenrua looked at Su Sanyang, grabbed her hand, and looked up at the sky. Rumble. The tribulation clouds in the sky suddenly rose. Meng Rongrong's tribulation was 99 heavenly tribulations, while Meng Wenrua's tribulation was 19 heavenly tribulations. Let's go. Let's go through the tribulation with my sister. Meng Wenrua held Su Sanyang's hand and said. Okay. Su Sanyang nodded. Whoosh. The two of them also shot into the tribulation clouds. Rumble. The tribulation clouds in the sky above Wei City roared. The three of them went through the tribulation together, and suddenly a storm rose in all directions. Yan Chuan and the others waited patiently. Meng Sansheng looked at the sky and then looked around. He sighed slightly, turned his head, and left with the experts of the arcane holy ground. Zhu looked at Yan Chuan, and a flash of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Yan Chuan, we'll meet again. Zhu said. Yan Chuan looked at Zhu and nodded. However, his eyes were quickly attracted by the tribulation clouds. He looked at the tribulation clouds. Zhu smiled slightly, took a deep breath, and led a group of monsters to the north. Rumble. The heavenly tribulation rumbled for 2 hours. Bam! The three of them went through the tribulation at the same time, and the tribulation clouds suddenly dispersed. The three of them in the sky were suddenly surrounded by thousands of rays of light. Whoosh! The three of them ascended to the immortal realm and suddenly disappeared. Sigh. Yan Chuan sighed slightly, disappointed. However, with Meng Wenrua by his side, Yan Chuan was not too worried. He took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and looked at the officials of the Great Nightmare Dynasty. Yan Chuan said solemnly, "Everyone, the Great Nightmare Dynasty has just been destroyed. If you don't want to stay, follow me to the Yen capital. I need to refine the sky-burying coffin. In 20 years, I will open the passage to the immortal realm in Yen capital. If you are willing to stay in Great Zhen, I will welcome you wholeheartedly. If not, I will send you back to the immortal realm." Yes. Thank you, Your Majesty. The officials of the Great Nightmare Dynasty said respectfully. Yan Chuan did not force them to surrender immediately. After all, King Gaio had just passed away, and the officials might still be immersed in grief. If he subdued them now, it would cause them to be conflicted. After a while, he would let the ghost cultivators think about it. After staying for a few days, Yan Chuan led the officials back to the Yen capital. Along the way, Yan Chuan constantly studied the sky-burying coffin. In his previous life, he had obtained the sky-burying coffin and did not have time to study it. In this life, he saw how powerful it was and must study it carefully. An outsider, King Gaio was able to unleash shocking power, let alone him, the original owner. West Divine Continent. Kong Mok led the officials and flew towards the city of Buddha. Lotus God, I need power, and I need endless power. Kong Mok roared in his heart. Don't worry, with me around, your strength will continue to rise. Not only in this world, but even in the immortal realm, you will also have the power to dominate the world. The Lotus God's voice sounded in his mind. I only want to kill Yan Chuan now, as long as Yan Chuan dies. Kong Mok said ferociously. You will. Zhu led a group of great demons and flew quickly towards the north. A great demon next to him frowned and said, Your Majesty, this Yan Chuan is a little tricky. Zhu smiled slightly and said, No, I have already found his flaw. Oh. The great demon was surprised. In any aspect, Yan Chuan is extremely outstanding and can be compared to a perfect emperor. Unfortunately, he is too emotional. Zhu said in a deep voice. Emotional? Yes, an emperor is the ruler of the world, how can he be tied down by personal feelings? But Yan Chuan is tied down by personal feelings. ZZ, Meng Rongrong, and that emperor. Yes, there is also Zhao Afang and Mo Yushi. Ha, this is Yan Chuan's biggest flaw. Zhu took a deep breath and said. Shouldn't an emperor have personal feelings? If he does not cut off personal feelings, he is not an emperor. Zhu said firmly. Meng Sanxing flew all the way. Lotus God. Lotus God is back. Meng Sanxing said with an ugly expression. Holy Lord, what should we do now? A disciple asked. Meng Sanxing narrowed his eyes and said, what should we do? Lotus God must be driven away. After returning, send people to the Kong family and ask them to come forward. Yes. After giving the order, Meng Sanxing narrowed his eyes and pondered. Yin Hen Tian. And that snake emperor. Ha, he can still live until now with his fate shattered. It seems that he is a descendant of that ancient person. Also, De Zhen's arrival is too strange. Is this Yan Chuan the reincarnation of someone from the immortal world? Meng Sanxing frowned and pondered. All the major forces in the world had their own thoughts. In a hall in the immortal world. A large number of guards were stationed around the hall to guard it. On a table in the hall, there were 6 jade tablets. Bang! Suddenly, a jade tablet exploded. Ah, not good. A guard exclaimed. This is Lord Gongyang Erlong's life jade. Lord Gongyang Erlong is dead. A guard exclaimed. Bam! 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 One by one, the life jade tablets shattered. Ah! Lord Gongyang Sanlong's divine soul is also destroyed. Lord Gongyang Silong is also dead. Lord Gongyang Wulong. Lord Gongyang Lulong. Lord Gongyang Dalong is also dead. The 6 jade tablets exploded, and the guards guarding the main hall were thrown into confusion. Dead, they are all dead. Furthermore, they left almost at the same time. Not a single one of the 6 lords managed to escape. How could this be? A group of guards exclaimed. Quick, report to the Holy King. A guard leader immediately shouted. Soon, a group of experts in official robes surrounded the hall. Each of them stared at the 6 life jade tablets with a complicated expression. When the Holy King sent them, each of them used a precious life jade. The life jade contained a wisp of their divine soul. How long has it been since they died? They are all dead. Even the celestial immortals are dead, the others must be dead. An official said in a deep voice. Gongyang Dalong. He can't do anything right. The Sage King paid such a huge price to break open the sealed realm, but they were all wiped out. A bunch of trash. In the hall, a group of officials criticized Gongyang Dalong's group with a gloomy expression. 6 celestial immortals are all dead. It seems that the information we collected is not accurate. An official said with a complicated expression. Do we still need to send a great immortal? Chapter 1075. Yan Chuan rushed back to Yanjing. He immediately mobilized his troops. With the help of King Gaiyu before his death, the city lords didn't have much resistance against De Zhen. Yan Chuan was also worried that a long delay might lead to trouble. He immediately asked Jin Dayu, Hu Guang, Wang Jian, and Li Si to head south and conquer the cities in southern Divine Continent as fast as they could. With De Zhen's 200 to 300 years of operation, the stubborn forces in southern Divine Continent were almost wiped out. As De Zhen's troops headed south, Bai Ditian also arranged for the Tiger tribe to follow. Today, Bai Ditian would no longer underestimate Yan Chuan. Compared to De Zhen's prosperity, his own Tiger clan seemed to be lacking in comparison. Yanjing. In a hall in the palace. Yan Chuan, Bai Ditian, the Snake Emperor, and Yin Hentian sat together and drank tea. Cough cough cough. The Snake Emperor coughed. Yen Di, why did you summon me? The Snake Emperor frowned. Yen Chuan looked at Yin Hentian, and Yin Hentian nodded. In the ancient times, there was a formation called the 12 Divine Fiends. It was set up by the 12 ancient demon gods. After the great calamity of heaven and earth, the 12 ancient demon gods fell and the formation disappeared. Yin Hentian said. The Snake Emperor's eyes narrowed. There are 5 most powerful formations in the history of heaven and earth, including this formation. Among the 5 most powerful formations, the 12 heavenly divine fiends were the most ferocious and baleful. Have you heard of it? Yin Hentian smiled. How do you know? The Snake Emperor asked with a complicated expression. Yin Hentian smiled bitterly. I just know a little. Since the Snake Emperor knows about it, that's great. The conditions to set up the 12 capital heaven divine beings killing array are extremely harsh. Back then, almost all of the 12 ancient demon gods had perished. If you want to recreate this array, you have to find the descendants of the 12 ancient demon gods in order to recreate the array. Cough cough cough, you think I am? The Snake Emperor coughed. I am sure. Yin Hentian nodded. Ha, are you sure? Snake Emperor asked in disbelief. The 12 primordial demon gods were once acquainted with my Yin clan. My Yin clan naturally recorded the method to identify the descendants of the demon gods. The 12 demon gods are the ancestors of the 12 earthly branches. Not only you, but Bai Ditien is also one. Yin Hentian said solemnly. Oh. The Snake Emperor looked at Bai Ditien in surprise. Yen Chuan was drinking tea at the side. A few days ago, when Yin Hentian told Yen Chuan about this, Yen Chuan was also extremely shocked. However, at this moment, he had already calmed down. He was only filled with curiosity towards Yin Hentian's ancestors. Cough, cough, cough. Yin clan. Ha! The Snake Emperor smiled bitterly in surprise. I happen to have the diagram of the Great 12 Capital Heaven Divine Fiends formation. After His Majesty has seen it, he wants to recreate the ancient formation. I hope that Snake Emperor can stay in Dezhen and assist His Majesty. Yin Hentian said solemnly. You have an array diagram? Snake Emperor asked in surprise. What was Yin Hentian's background? Array diagram? Even he, the true descendant, didn't have it, so how could he have it? Does Snake Emperor want to take a look? Yin Hentian laughed. Take a look? How could the Snake Emperor not want to take a look? That was the glory of his ancestors. The Snake Emperor's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Eventually, it turned into helplessness. Thank you for your kindness, Yama Emperor. However, my fate has been shattered. I know that I don't have much longer to live. Yin Hentian frowned at the side. Indeed, this was a problem that Yin Hentian had been brooding over. Ha, Shang Ruo. What if I can heal her? Yen Chuan laughed. Huh? Everyone looked at Yen Chuan in shock. Fate? That could be fixed. Even though everyone was shocked, they knew that Yen Chuan would not lie to them. Looking at Yen Chuan, they knew that he would not lie to them. The Snake Emperor's eyes flashed. He knew that he was going to die. But now, Yen Chuan was saying that he could be saved. If he said that he did not want to live, that would be a lie. But, thank you for your kindness, Yama Emperor. However, I do not want to be restricted. I wanted to travel the immortal world in my old age to fulfill my wish and enter the imperial court as a subject. Heh. The Snake Emperor shook his head bitterly. You don't need to enter the imperial court as a subject. Yen Chuan shook his head. Oh. Just be like Bai Ditien and become the supreme beast of Dezhen. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Supreme beast of Dezhen. Ha. If I'm the supreme beast, what about Bai Ditien? The Snake Emperor asked in shock. Who made the rule that a country can only have one type of beast? Yan Chuan laughed. Huh. The tiger tribe is the Great Jin's national beast, and the snake tribe can also be the Great Jin's national beast. The Great Jin's entry into the immortal realm is imperative. During the great ancient calamity, the high heaven died, but the lotus deity attacked again. The lotus deity attacked again, and the high heaven died. Yan Chuan is not talented, but he is willing to fight the lotus god. If we follow the development of a normal country, it will be far from enough. I need a bigger immortal country for Dezhen, for heaven and earth, to fight the lotus god. The 12 divine beings' wraith formation is what I need the most. Snake Emperor, your ancestors used their lives to protect this world. Now that it's your time, do you want to escape? Yan Chuan said solemnly. The moment Yan Chuan said this, Bai Ditian and Yin Hentian were filled with respect. Me? The Snake Emperor frowned. I know that you want to be free. However, heaven and earth are about to be destroyed. Where is your freedom? Where is your freedom when the lotus god comes? If you leave this world, you will only enter a bigger cage. Snake Emperor, help me. Yan Chuan said solemnly as he stared at the Snake Emperor. The Snake Emperor's expression changed. He clenched his fists tightly. It seemed like he was moved by Yan Chuan's words. The Snake Emperor turned his head and looked at Bai Ditian. Bai Ditian smiled faintly and said, 2 primes. Ha, I have no objections. The Snake Emperor fell silent as if he was making a decision. After a while, he looked at Yan Chuan and said solemnly, the Snake Emperor greets your majesty. Good. I also want to thank the Snake Emperor for your trust. Yan Chuan said happily. Yin Hentian smiled faintly as if he was recalling something. Yan Chuan reached out and took out 2 jade boxes. He handed one to Bai Ditian and the other to the Snake Emperor. The 2 reached out and grabbed the boxes. A violent force surged over. This is... Bai Ditian said in shock. The Snake Emperor also touched the jade boxes in shock. Of the 12 earthly branches, the 2 primordial life providences, Yin and Si. Merge them well. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Ah! The 2 exclaimed in shock. Yin Hentian also looked at the 2 jade boxes in shock. How is this possible? Yin Hentian exclaimed. This aura. It comes from the same source as me. Is it my ancestor's aura? The Snake Emperor asked in shock. Yan Chuan smiled faintly but did not explain. Seeing that Yan Chuan was unwilling to say anything, everyone stopped asking. They looked at the 2 jade boxes thoughtfully. The Serpent Emperor was even more excited. With this life providence, he might really be able to recover from his injuries. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he sent everyone off. Meow. Meow jumped in. Meow, it's all thanks to you this time. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Meow. Yan Chuan, you just gave my 12 earthly branches to them so casually. Even I am envious of the power inside. Aren't you afraid that they will run away? Meow asked. They won't run away. I believe in you. Yan Chuan nodded. North Divine Continent, Yao Imperial Dynasty. Zhu looked at Yao Tianshang. Go. With me here, don't worry. Subdue all the great demons in the world as soon as possible. Zhu said after taking a deep breath. Yao Tianshang nodded. Let's go. Yao Tianshang stepped forward and led the group of demons into the sky. He went to look for great demons to subdue. After Yao Tianshang left, Zhu looked towards the south with a worried expression. Behind Zhu was another person, Yun Xian. There are still 3 chances left. Zhu said with a heavy heart. Yes. The Great Jin Heavenly Dynasty, the Great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty, and the Archaean Sacred Ground are the 3 upper earthly karmic positions. The Yao imperial dynasty can only take them from them. Unfortunately, these three earthly karmic positions are not easy to obtain. Yun Xian said with a complicated expression. The great Buddha heavenly dynasty has the Kong family. The others in the Kong family are fine, but the Kong family has an old ancestor, Yun Xian said seriously. The Kong family's old ancestor? Zhu frowned. Yes. When Jingming recovered his memories, his aura was so strong that it covered all 5 divine continents. Do you know how long it took for the Kong family's old ancestor to travel from the Kong family to the Archaean sect? Yun Xian said seriously. How long? 1 day. In just 1 day, he traveled from the Kong family to the Archaean sect. Yun Xian took a deep breath and said with a complicated expression. 1 day. He traveled from the West Divine Continent to the North Divine Continent? Zhu said in surprise. Yun Xian nodded with a bitter smile. Zhu's expression was complicated. As for the Archaean sacred ground, Yun Xian smiled bitterly. The Archaean sacred ground also has experts. Zhu said in surprise. Back then, no one dared to disobey Jingming's orders. The Archaean sacred ground was no exception. However, the Archaean sacred ground once provoked Jingming. Yun Xian said seriously. Oh. Jingming once killed his way into the God world. You should know Jingming's character. He killed anyone who dared to provoke him. However, although the God world gave in the end, the God world still exists. What do you think of the Archaean sacred ground? Yun Xian smiled bitterly. Zhu clenched his fist slightly. The Great Achievement Empire. Look, Yan Chuan is extremely powerful. He's the most powerful person in the world right now. His forces cover 2 divine continents. However, the Great Achievement Empire's foundation is still slightly weaker than those 2. Yun Xian explained. Still slightly weaker. Zhu sighed. Although the Great Achievement Empire's foundation was weak, it was much stronger than the Demon Race Imperial Empire. It's difficult to take their karmic rank. It's extremely difficult. Yun Xian said with certainty. Yes, it's very difficult. Zhu's eyes narrowed. However, I still want to try again. I still have a chance. Zhu took a deep breath and said seriously. Chance? What chance? Yun Xian was surprised. Yan Chuan is still at the 11th level of the upper void stage. If he doesn't break through, I still have a chance. Zhu said seriously. But. Yun Xian said worriedly. Don't worry. I won't fight to the death. I'll do my best. At the very least, I can't let him see clearly. Zhu smiled bitterly. Alright, I believe you. However. Yun Xian nodded. Don't worry. I won't make things difficult for you. You don't have to predict the Great Achievement Empire. I'll use my own method. Zhu shook his head. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Yun Xian replied. After all, he had promised not to predict the Great Achievement Empire for 1,000 years. Chapter 1076. Great Jin Celestial Empire, Yen Capital. In the upper study room. Yi Feng, Lu Gang, Yin Hentian, and Lu Jin were all present. And in the upper study room, there was another outsider, monstrous beast Imperial Court's King Spider. King Spider solemnly handed over a letter. Yen Di, His Majesty asked me to deliver this to you. It must be delivered to you. King Spider said solemnly. Everyone was curious. Lu Jin passed the letter to Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan frowned slightly and took the letter. From King Spider's attitude, Yan Chuan knew that something big must have happened for Zhu to be so cautious. Yan Chuan opened the letter and read it. As he read, Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed and a serious expression appeared on his face. Your Majesty, did something big happen? Yi Feng asked curiously. Yan Chuan handed over the letter. Yi Feng immediately took the letter and read the contents. Yi Feng's face changed and he frowned deeply. Then, he passed the letter to Yin Hentian. The ministers passed the letter around. Yan Chuan took a sip of tea and pondered. Ju. He's unwilling. Yan Chuan sighed softly. King Spider smiled and nodded, My Emperor, you've done something unprecedented. You want to establish the foundation of the world, so you must have the ambition to face the world. Yan Chuan nodded. I do admire Ju's boldness. Go back and tell Ju that I will definitely be there when the time comes. Since he gave me a big gift, I might be able to give him a big gift too. Yan Chuan said solemnly. King Spider's expression changed and he said politely, Yes, King Spider will pass the message. King Spider will take his leave. Yan Chuan nodded. Lu Jin came forward to send King Spider off. As soon as King Spider left, the ministers in the upper study room felt relieved. Your Majesty, does Ju really have that ability? Yi Feng asked with a frown. That's right, Your Majesty. Why does Ju want to fight with Your Majesty alone? This is a war between nations. Your Majesty, there's no need for you to personally take the risk. Lu Gang said worriedly. Your Majesty, Ju is prepared to give up on the northern divine continent. Is he really willing to give it up? Yin Hentian frowned. That's why I said that Ju has great courage. 30,000 years ago, he actually committed suicide and reincarnated in order to scheme for a person's life. In this life, he is even more willing to bet a country for a belief. This person is extraordinary. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Your Majesty, you have to be careful. The Jade Star plucking hand is one of the strongest divine abilities in the world. Rumor has it that the ancient Almighty even battled with the Lotus God, Yin Hentian said solemnly. Oh. Yan Chuan's eyes brightened. Ju has obviously obtained the inheritance of that ancient Almighty. Therefore, Your Majesty, you must be careful. Yin Hentian said solemnly. I understand. Yan Chuan nodded. After thinking for a while, Yan Chuan looked at Yi Feng and asked, Where is Jin Dayu now? The three armies of the Great Jin Army are currently attacking the southern divine continent. Jin Dayu is the marshal of one of the armies. Yi Feng said. Summon him back. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Ah. Your Majesty, changing the marshal in the middle of a battle is a taboo. Yi Feng said worriedly. It's fine. The southern divine continent doesn't have much resistance. When Jin Dayu returns, let Li Si take his place. With Li Si's reputation, it should be easy for him to control the army and the opponents. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Li Si. Yi Feng was instantly speechless. Indeed, Li Si's fierce reputation was too terrifying in the eyes of outsiders. Li Si annihilated an entire clan. Although he didn't participate in the battle and only did logistics, Li Si still made a name for himself in the logistics department. Yes. Northern Divine Continent, Yao Imperial Empire. Ju looked to the south. Spider King was reporting everything to Ju. Yun Xian stood behind him. Yan Chuan said that. Ju asked seriously. Yes. Spider King nodded. Your Majesty, this is a huge gamble. Yun Xian frowned. Ju shook his head. This is not a gamble. I just want to see the heroes of this world again. Oh. King Gai said that Yan Chuan is more like an emperor than he is. Before he died, he passed the country to Yan Chuan. This shows Yan Chuan's magnanimity. This is true. Yan Chuan used a few hundred years to build the great Jin Empire today. Look at his growth, and you will realize that his methods and abilities are comparable to the great Buddha Celestial Empire's Kong Mok. Don't you see his magnanimity? With comparison, you can see more clearly. Kong Mok is much more petty compared to him. Zhu said solemnly. Yan Chuan is indeed more magnanimous than Kong Mok. Yun Xan nodded. In the world today, there is only one hero that I am interested in, and that is Yan Chuan. Zhu said solemnly. Ah. Then why did your majesty only look for Yan Chuan? Why do you want to fight with Yan Chuan? Spider King could not understand. The great Buddha Empire has the Kong family. It will take a long time to take them down. However, the world is developing too quickly. Time. What I lack is time. One step behind, one step behind. One step ahead, one step ahead. In this world, there is no place for me. I invited Yan Chuan out because I want to get to the bottom of this. I hope I am not wrong. Zhu sighed. Yes. The two nodded. Western Divine Continent, Kong Lu Academy. In Kong Daochio's study. A purple-robed man stood in front of Kong Daochio. Kong Daochio narrowed his eyes. Meng Sansheng, why are you here? Kong Daochio frowned. The purple-robed man handed over a letter. The Holy Lord asked me to hand it to you personally. The purple-robed man said solemnly. Oh. Kong Daochio took the letter. He opened it with suspicion. As he read, Kong Daochio's eyes widened. This is impossible. Kong Daochio stood up abruptly. The purple-robed man shook his head. I have already delivered the letter. The sect leader said that it is up to you whether you believe it or not. With that, the purple-robed man stepped out of the study. After the purple-robed man left, Kong Daochio paced back and forth in the study. Lotus God. Impossible. How could Kong Mo have anything to do with the Lotus God? I've seen them before. Their energy is pure and flawless, unlike Yang Zhizhou's black energy. Although Yang Zhizhou's black energy was incomparably evil, it was also pure and flawless. The purity of evil, the purity of black. Is it pure and white now? Kong Daochio's expression was extremely ugly. Kong Mo might really take our Kong family's place. Kong Daochio's expression was extremely ugly. After taking a deep breath, Kong Daochio stood up and walked out of the study. He quickly flew toward the Kong family's forbidden area. Whoosh! Kong Daochio landed at the entrance of a valley. I am Daochio. I request an audience with the Grand Ancestor. Kong Daochio said solemnly. The valley was silent. After an hour, a voice was heard. Kong Daochio, why are you here again? An impatient voice came from the valley. I have an important matter to report to the Kong family. Kong Daochio said solemnly. Oh. The Lotus God has returned to this world. The Grand Ancestor's surprised voice came from the valley. The person I am looking for this time is Kong Mo. Kong Mo has colluded with the Lotus God. Now that his strength has increased greatly, I am afraid that he will take our Kong family's place. Grand Ancestor, please come out of the valley and make a decision. Kong Daochio said solemnly. There was silence in the valley. Kong Daochio, I know that you don't like Kong Mo, but don't use this excuse to deceive me. Kong Mo was here before you came. The Lotus God. Is this your excuse? The Grand Ancestor's impatient voice came. But Kong Mo's strength has increased greatly during this period. Yes, he did. Kong Mok also told me that he had benefited from refining the Buddha's Sarira. He came here to ask for forgiveness for refining the Buddha's Sarira. I have already absolved him of his crimes, the Great Ancestor said in a deep voice. Ah. Kong Daochio, I don't want you to frame Kong Mo. I still have a use for the great Buddha Celestial Empire in the future. You are the patriarch of the Kong family. Remember, always put the Kong family's interests first. If you continue to harp on your daughter's death, you might as well not be the patriarch. The grand ancestor said angrily. Kong Daoqiu felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. Yes, I know my mistake. Kong Daoqiu clenched his fists and said with an ugly expression. Go. Don't disturb me again. The grand ancestor said in a low voice. Yes, sir. Kong Daoqiu said sulkily as he slowly left. At this moment, the grand ancestor was obviously siding with Kong Mo Ku. No matter how he tried to persuade him, it would be useless. Moreover, he did not have enough evidence, so he could only go back first. Great Jin Celestial Empire, Yan Jin. Jin Dayu received the order and quickly returned. Your Majesty, I am fighting at the front line. May I know why I am back? Jin Dayu asked curiously. Jin Dayu, your ancestor was once the Shifter Emperor? Yan Chuan asked. Ah, how did you know? Jin Dayu asked in surprise. I noticed it when I saw your words and deeds, especially your Divine Emperor Bell. Divine Emperor? Perhaps that was your ancestor's divine name? Yan Chuan asked. Jin Dayu smiled bitterly and finally nodded. Your Majesty is wise. My ancestor did establish a celestial empire. My descendants will never be able to reach his level. I don't want to think about it anymore. Yan Chuan nodded and said, no matter what, you know some of the shortcuts the shifter race used to establish a celestial empire. I need your help. Your Majesty, please speak your mind. If not for your appreciation, my lineage might have already been cut off. Jin Dayu smiled bitterly. I want some of the shortcuts the shifter race used to establish a celestial empire. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Ah. Your Majesty, are you going to help Zhu? Jin Dayu asked in surprise. This was because De Zhen had no use for these experiences. Yan Chuan shook his head gently. I am helping him, but not him. The main thing is to help me and De Zhen's celestial empire. Jin Dayu was at a loss. After thinking for a while, Jin Dayu finally said solemnly, if your Majesty wants it, I will tell you everything I know. These experiences are no longer of much use to me. If my ancestor's power can once again flourish in the world, he might be happy. Yan Chuan nodded. If one day, I reach a high enough level, I will help you restore your ancestor's glory. Ah. Jin Dayu said in surprise. It's just that we are still too weak. Everything we say is false. You are the commander of De Zhen's third army and have accumulated military merits. Sooner or later, with your military merits, I will fulfill my promise and let you fulfill your glory. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Jin Dayu was excited. Yes. Thank you, your Majesty. Jin Dayu said firmly. Chapter 1077. It had been 20 years since King Gaiyu's death. Yan Jin had become the focus of the world again. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed on this place. This was because 20 years ago, Yan Chuan had promised to send the officials of the Great Calamity Heaven Dynasty out of this world. At this moment, countless cultivators guessed Yan Chuan's abilities. Break open the gate to the immortal realm? Was Yan Chuan really that strong? On the other hand, he wanted to see if Yan Chuan would really honor his promise. Did he really have that kind of bearing? A large number of cultivators had gathered outside Yanjing. Inside Yanjin, the square of the Skyward Palace was filled with ghost cultivators. The ghostly aura was heavy. Yan Chuan stood at the entrance of the Skyward Hall, followed by a group of officials. Everyone. Yan Chuan looked at the ghost cultivators and said. Silence reigned. The group of ghost cultivators all looked at Yan Chuan. First of all, I have great respect for all of you. All of you are loyal to King Gai. After King Gai's death, None of you are willing to join any court, none of you are willing to stay in any country. All of you are the backbone of the country. Your strength of character is worthy of everyone's admiration. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yan Chuan spoke, and the group of ghost cultivators revealed bitter expressions. However, just like what Yan Chuan had said, the ghosts only respected King Gaio, and no one else could be subdued. I will fulfill the promise I made that day and break open the celestial world gate for all of you. However, let me emphasize this once more. This is the sealed world, the netherworld has collapsed. If I break open the celestial world gate, all of you can only go to the yang world of the celestial world, the yang world. Yan Chuan said solemnly. The group of ghost cultivators looked at each other, but their eyes were filled with determination. Yan Di, thank you for your reminder. However, don't worry. Although this is the immortal world, we will find the road to the Yellow Springs. As long as we enter the road to the Yellow Springs, we can return to the underworld. A ghost cultivator said. Alright, good luck to all of you. Yan Chuan nodded. With a flip of his hand, the heaven-burying coffin suddenly appeared. At this moment, Yan Chuan's strength was naturally much stronger than the king of Gaiyu. Feng Yinyang. Yan Chuan suddenly shouted. Yes. Feng Yinyang, who was not far away, replied. Feng Yinyang waved his hand. Arg! 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 All of a sudden, dragon roars were heard all over Yanjin. Feng Yinyang activated a large number of dragon veins, and streaks of yellow light gathered on the sky-burying coffin from all directions. Buzz! The heaven-burying coffin suddenly emitted a faint yellow light, and a surge of power surged in all directions. His powerful aura forced the ghostly cultivators to retreat. Yan Chuan held the heaven-burying coffin and looked up at the sky with narrowed eyes. World suppression, break! Yan Chuan shouted. The sky-burying coffin in his hands suddenly smashed into the sky. Hong! The explosion shook the entire Yanjin, and the ears of countless cultivators were ringing. It was originally a sunny day, but suddenly, thunderclouds rolled as if the wrath of the heavens had descended. The rolling thunderclouds covered the sky and covered the entire Yanjin in the blink of an eye. In the middle of the rolling thunderclouds, there was a huge hole. On the other side of the hole, there seemed to be vast mountains and rolling rivers. It's broken. A cultivator in the distance exclaimed. Looking at the entrance of the cave, almost all the spectating Shouja were stunned. The realm of deities, that's the realm of deities. A place where mortals couldn't enter in their entire lives. That's a heaven for all mortals. Only deities who went through the tribulation and became deities had the right to ascend and enter. But now, the entrance to the realm of deities had appeared in front of everyone. Furthermore, it was broken by a mortal. Just like that, it was broken. When the countless cultivators in the surroundings looked at Yan Chuan again, they were already indescribably shocked. Of course, breaking the door to the realm of deities depended on the place. It wasn't difficult to break it from the inside to the outside, but the price to pay from the outside to the inside was too terrifying. Because the inside was targeted at mortals, while the outside was targeted at deities. They weren't on the same level. That was why Yan Chuan could break it with the sky-burying coffin. The realm of deities has opened. Everyone, please go ahead. Yan Chuan said. In the middle of the thunderclouds, the entrance slowly shrank. Countless ghost cultivators looked at Yan Chuan and finally bowed to Yan Chuan respectfully. Thank you, Yan Emperor, the leading ghost cultivator said. Then, the ghost cultivator rushed into the sky and instantly rushed into the hole. A large number of ghost cultivators followed one after another. And there was a unique figure among the group of ghost cultivators. The Snake Emperor. The Snake Emperor looked at Yan Chuan and bowed to Yan Chuan respectfully. Then, he led a group of snake race overlords into the sky. Yan Chuan nodded. He watched the Snake Emperor leave. Whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, all the ghost cultivators in the square had left. As for the entrance in the sky, it slowly closed with a rumble and gradually disappeared completely. Boom! The rumbling thunderclouds exploded and scattered. Everything was over. But the shock of countless cultivators didn't end. Not far away, Dongfang Jinpi of the Jiulu Academy stood. The fat on Dongfang Jinpi's face trembled when he saw the sky-burying coffin. Whoosh! Dongfang Jinpi quickly flew in front of Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan, no, Your Majesty, that coffin of yours is too powerful. The realm of deities, that's the realm of deities. Dongfang Jinpi said excitedly. When did you come? Yan Chuan asked curiously. You sent someone to summon me. As a high-ranking official, how can I not hurry back? Ha, tell me, what do you want me to do? Dongfang Jinpi said casually. There is one thing, but I don't know if you can do it. Yan Chuan smiled. Are you making fun of me? Dongfang Jinpi was speechless. No, you are the most suitable person to do this. I can feel that you are someone from the path of great fortune. Yan Chuan said seriously. Path of great fortune. Ha, Yan Chuan, you have a good eye. However, what is the path of great fortune? Dongfang Jinpi laughed. Yan Chuan. Yin Hentian stepped forward and smiled. This is the head of the Special Affairs Department of Dezhen. You are indeed extraordinary. Dongfang Jinpi's eyes lit up when he heard Yin Hentian's words. You are too polite. Dongfang Jinpi stood up straight. The Emperor's matter is very special. I thought for a long time and couldn't think of a suitable person. However, the Emperor suddenly mentioned you and said that there is a Special Affairs Department in Dezhen. He asked me to hand this matter to you. Yin Hentian smiled. Oh. Dongfang Jinpi was interested. Yin Hentian took out 2 green jade pendants. Of these 2 jade pendants, one is with me. The other is for you. Yin Hentian handed over a green jade pendant. Oh. Dongfang Jinpi asked curiously. I need you to find a few people. Every time these people come within 10 miles of you, this jade pendant will light up. At the same time, their appearance will slowly appear on the jade pendant. Yan Chuan said. Ah. So magical. Dongfang Jinpi was shocked. Look at Bai Ditian. Yan Chuan looked into the distance. Bai Ditian slowly flew over from afar. After flying for about 5 kilometers, the jade pendant suddenly emitted a faint white light. On one side of the jade pendant, a tiger's head slowly appeared. On the other side, Bai Ditian's appearance seemed to have been absorbed, and a fleeting shadow of Bai Ditian appeared. Dongfang Jinpi was shocked. The 12 earthly branches. This is Yin, Bai Ditian. As for the rest, I need you to find them for me. There are only 2 jade pendants. I don't trust anyone else, so I can only find you. Yan Chuan said seriously. He didn't trust anyone else. A sense of accomplishment grew in Dongfang Jinpi's heart. He felt very comfortable. Don't worry, I will definitely find them for you. Dongfang Jinpi immediately agreed. Ha, you don't have to be so serious. After all, it is not that easy to find a needle in a haystack. Everything is up to fate. You can travel around the world and go to places with many people and demons. Yan Chuan laughed. Ha ha ha, this is to my liking. Dongfang Jinpi instantly laughed. All your expenses will be paid by Dezhen. The mission of finding these demons is up to you. Yan Chuan said seriously. Who else but me can do such a difficult mission? Coincidentally, I haven't done anything yet. Let's start with this. Dongfang Jinpi laughed. Yan Chuan nodded. After sending Dongfang Jinpi off, Bai Ditian frowned slightly. Yan Chuan, Why do I feel that Dongfang Zhengpi is not reliable in finding the 12 ancient demon gods' bloodlines? Bai Ditian asked curiously. Don't worry, he can do it. Yan Chuan nodded affirmatively. Alright, up to you. Bai Ditian nodded strangely. You are going to meet Zhu soon. Why don't I go with you? Bai Ditian said seriously. Yan Chuan shook his head. Your mission is to continue refining that life providence. Don't worry about anything else. Stay in Beijing. I have a feeling that the world's greatest upheaval is not far away. We cannot afford to lose Beijing. Yan Chuan said firmly. All right. Bai Ditian nodded. Yan Chuan had sent the Snake Emperor to the Celestial Realm. Bai Ditian actually wanted to go, but he knew from the Snake Emperor that his enemy, Zhu Gong, was extremely powerful in the Celestial Realm. Even if he went, it would be useless. Therefore, he could only stay in Dezhen and assist Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan looked at Bai Ditian and smiled. Don't worry about Bai Tushi. He's your son and my good brother. Bai Tushi is very smart. He'll be fine. Moreover, his talent is extraordinary. As his father, if you don't cultivate properly, you won't be able to teach your son a lesson when you go to the Celestial Realm. As for Zhu Gong, there will be plenty of time in the future. Dezhen will seek justice for you and Bai Tushi. Yan Chuan said solemnly. All right. Bai Ditian nodded. Yan Chuan continued to instruct Bai Ditian on the matters of the imperial court before calling Jin Dayu over. Your Majesty. Jin Dayu greeted respectfully. It's about time. Let's go and meet Zhu and Yao Tianshang now. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Your Majesty, just the two of us. Jin Dayu asked in surprise. Don't worry. Although this world is big, we can go anywhere. Moreover, I believe in Zhu's character. It won't be a trap. Yan Chuan said confidently. Yes. Jin Dayu nodded. Just as Yan Chuan said, Jin Dayu was very confident. Who could stop him when he was at the peak of the upper void stage? The two of them turned into two streams of light and shot towards the north. At the same time, in the Demon Imperial Dynasty. Let's go. Zhu said to Yao Tianshang. Just the two of us. Yao Tianshang frowned. There's no need to put on a show when we meet Yan Chuan. Zhu said with a smile. Yao Tianshang nodded. The two of them shot towards the south. Chapter 1078. At the border of the East Divine Continent and the North Divine Continent. At a secluded lake. By the lakeside, Yan Chuan and Yu were sitting at a stone table. Both of them were holding cups of tea as they enjoyed each other's tea. Not far away, two figures stood on the surface of the lake. Yao Tianshang and Jin Dayu. Yan Chuan, you want Jin Dayu to fight Yao Tianshang? Zhu asked with a hint of doubt. Yao Tianshang was one with him. What did Yan Chuan mean by this? Asking him to fight with Yao Tianshang? Was he trying to show off his superiority? However, Zhu did not object. He knew that Yan Chuan was not that kind of person. Besides, there was no one else here. Who was he trying to show off to? Yan Chuan smiled. Since you're so generous, I won't be stingy. Jin Dayu, he's not fighting. Oh. Zhu narrowed his eyes. In the distance, Jin Dayu looked at Yao Tianshang. Yao Tianshang narrowed his eyes. Yao Tianshang, look carefully. This is what the Emperor wants me to show you. Jin Dayu said. Humph, come at me if you want. Yao Tianshang said in a deep voice. Buzz. The sound of a bell rang out, and the water above the lake seemed to tremble, forming countless droplets of water. A huge golden bell appeared above Jin Dayu's head. There were countless runes on the bell that were jumping. Whoosh! Yao Tiansheng took out a huge golden saber. It was the demon slayer that he used to guard the sky-burying coffin. Both of them were at the 12th level upper void stage. They stared at each other coldly. Above the chaos, gate of heaven, open. Jin Dayu shouted. Dang! Hong! The divine emperor bell rang. It formed a huge sound storm that spread out in all directions. The lake evaporated instantly. The surrounding mountains were flattened. The huge sound wave spread out for hundreds of millions of miles. Within this sound wave, there seemed to be a ferocious demonic aura. The demonic aura soared into the sky. An enormous amount of demonic aura instantly covered the entire sky. The demonic aura condensed and shone down with 7-colored light. Once Demon Slayer was unleashed, the sound wave attack around Yao Tiansheng was instantly sliced apart. What a treasure! Yao Tiansheng exclaimed as he looked at the divine Emperor Bell. However, just as he was sighing, his face suddenly warped in shock. Demonic Qi. That overwhelming demonic Qi seemed to want to engulf the entire world. Demons descend upon the world, and all living creatures submit in fear. It was the aura of the ancestor of all demons. This is... Yao Tiansheng's face darkened. He then slowly closed his eyes. When he closed his eyes, Yao Tiansheng seemed to see a magnificent scene. Not too far away, Jin Dayu was controlling the divine Emperor Bell. His forehead was already dripping with sweat, but in order to fulfill Yan Chuan's request, Jin Dayu was doing his best to reflect the memories of his ancestor. Not only Yao Tiansheng, but Zhu also closed his eyes and watched. He felt that the scene was extremely blurry. They could only see a vast divine court, where countless immortals and gods were bowing respectfully. From today onwards, the demons will rule the heavens, and the sorcerers will rule the earth. Immortals and saints will have to enter the heavenly court and register. Those who do not respect the heavenly court will be killed. I enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. My words are the heavenly Tao. From today onwards, I am the heavens of all living creatures. Boom! The divine Emperor Bell shook. Jin Dayu could not hold on any longer. He put away the divine Emperor Bell and slowly flew towards Yan Chuan. It was not a battle at all, but this was even more shocking than a battle. The two felt the domineering aura of the demon the Arch in the scene, and their hearts surged. Demon the Arch? The demon the Arch was in charge of the heavens? My words were the heavenly Tao. My words were the heavenly Tao. Whoosh! After a while, Yao Tiansheng and Zhu finally regained their senses. Swish! Yao Tiansheng instantly flew closer. Who was that? Who was the demon the Arch? Yao Tiansheng asked in surprise. Zhu also looked at Jin Dayu. I heard from Yunxin that the demons have never ruled the immortal world. Jin Dayu looked at the two and took a deep breath. He was our ancestor. Unfortunately, he has fallen. Our ancestor once established the first demon court of all time, dominating the world. Today, His Majesty requests to pass on some of our ancestors' experience in establishing the dominating era demon court to you. He hopes that you can restore our ancestors' glory. Jin Dayu then handed a jade slip to Yan Chuan. Dominating era demon court. The ancient demon the Arch? Zhu frowned. Yao Tiansheng stared at the jade slip expectantly. From the moment Yao Tiansheng and Zhu decided to take this path, they realized that the future was dark. Because there were no demons, there was no path ahead. A path without a path ahead was the most difficult. Who could guarantee that they would stop at any time? Now, the two suddenly saw the path ahead. Furthermore, another path had appeared. How could Yao Tiansheng not be excited? You too, this is Jin Dayu's ancestor. Believe it or not, this is Jin Dayu's sincerity. Yan Chuan handed over the jade slip. The jade slip recorded the experience of the demon court. Zhu and Yao Tiansheng looked at each other. Yao Tiansheng wanted to take it, but Zhu frowned and pondered. He turned to look at Jin Dayu. Taking a deep breath, Zhu said solemnly, "Dominating Era Demon Court? Although Yun Xian said she didn't, I believe you. Yao Tiansheng and I owe you a great favor for such a great gift." Zhu took the jade slip solemnly. "Isn't the North Divine Continent?" Yan Chuan said with a smile. "Ha, the North Divine Continent? I don't think much of it. I can't even explain myself to the North Divine Continent to return this favor." Zhu shook his head. "Yes, we will meet again in the celestial world. I hope that I can see a majestic demon court then," Yan Chuan said solemnly. Zhu nodded. "Definitely." The two emperors smiled. Then, their expressions suddenly turned serious. Jin Dayu was a little confused by this sudden turn of events. Yao Tiansheng also frowned slightly. All of a sudden, Yan Chuan slammed his palm down from above. Whoosh! The original day suddenly turned into night. Countless stars circled. A star was surrounded by countless planets. Jin Dayu and Yao Tiansheng looked up and saw a huge palm pressing down on them. Universe in a palm. Yao Tiansheng narrowed his eyes. Zhu reached out his right hand and shot it into the sky. His right hand seemed to be covered with divine patterns. As it shot into the sky, it released a dazzling silver light that seemed to light up the entire sky. The huge silver palm grabbed at the largest star. Slap! The palm grabbed the star. Star-picking hand. Jin Dayu's face darkened. Bang! The star-picking hand exerted force, and the star exploded. Once the star exploded, the entire planet seemed to collapse. It suddenly scattered in all directions. At the side, Yao Tiansheng looked delighted. The scattered planets suddenly attracted the star again. Suddenly, the original star system split into 10. The 10 star systems filled the sky again, and a powerful killing force came at the star-picking hand. Crack, 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 crack. Cracks appeared on the star-picking hand. Bang! The star-picking hand exploded. Zhu narrowed his eyes. He was about to use the star-picking hand again. Yan Chuan reached out his hand and withdrew the universe in a palm. The stars in the sky disappeared. The sun shone brightly again. Zhu looked at Yan Chuan in confusion. The battle between the two was not over yet. Why did Yan Chuan withdraw? He withdrew. Yan Chuan did withdraw. At this moment, Yan Chuan closed his eyes as if he was cultivating. Jin Dayu quickly stood aside to protect Yan Chuan. Zhu did not disturb him, but Yao Tiansheng looked surprised. Boom! Suddenly, Yan Chuan's aura skyrocketed. The terrifying aura stirred up a gust of wind. Jin Dayu was delighted. Zhu and Yao Tiansheng had a complicated expression on their faces. Yan Chuan closed his eyes, but his mind was in the zombie body. Just a moment ago, his zombie body had broken through to the 12th level upper void stage. Yan Chuan's body was waiting for this moment. Without hesitation, he stopped the battle and stopped suppressing his cultivation base. He resonated with the zombie body and reached the 12th level upper void stage in an instant. At this moment, Yan Chuan had reached the paramount upper void stage. At the same time, he finally resonated with the zombie body. The two bodies now had one consciousness. It was different from Yao Tiansheng and Zhu. Although they were the same person, they had two different ideologies. From now on, the two Yan Chuans would only have one personality. What a good body of a general and minister. It allowed the corpse in my previous life to break through in such a short time. Yan Chuan was satisfied. Whoosh! Yan Chuan opened his eyes and two beams of light shot out. Zhu frowned and looked at Yan Chuan. He smiled bitterly. Do you want to try again? Yan Chuan asked with a smile. Zhu took a deep breath and stood up. No need. I'll leave it for the celestial world. I'll show the glory of the demon clan. I hope you won't fall behind when the time comes. We'll see. Yan Chuan stood up and nodded. Let's go. Zhu turned around and flew north with Yao Tianshang. Jin Dayu watched Zhu and Yao Tianshang leave in a daze. He looked at Yan Chuan and asked, Your Majesty, why did you fight just now? Jin Dayu did not understand. Because Zhu is unwilling. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Huh. Because even though he made it sound easy, he still has some attachment to this world. I fought with him just now to help him sever this attachment. Now, it has been cut off. One step behind, one step ahead, one step ahead. I hope they have a good start in the celestial world. Yan Chuan sighed. Jin Dayu finally understood. Let's go. Let's return to the court and inform Yifeng to send officials to the North Divine Continent to take over the cities. Yan Chuan flew south. On the way back to Zhu and Yao Tianshang. Yao Tianshang read the contents of the Jade Scroll and sighed. Do you still find it a pity that the North Divine Continent was given to Yan Chuan? Zhu asked with a smile. Ha ha ha, pity. To you and me, this Jade Scroll is worth 10 North Divine Continents. There's no more attachment to this world. Let's set off soon. Yao Tianshang said with a smile. Zhu shook his head. Since we've accepted this gift, we'll wait a little longer and help Dezhen take over the North Divine Continent. That's good too. It'll save us a lot of trouble. I still have a few great demons to subdue. Once we subdue all of them, we'll set off for the celestial world. Yao Tianshang said seriously. Zhu nodded. Chapter 1079. Great Jin Celestial Empire, Yan Capital. Yan Chuan and Yifeng stood in the square of Skyward Hall, looking north. Yifeng, how are the officials you arranged? Yan Chuan asked. The monster Imperial Dynasty has taken control of more than half of the North Divine Continent. They've been very cooperative this time. All the important positions in the major cities have been replaced with our officials. We've taken over more than half of the North Divine Continent without shedding a drop of blood. Yifeng smiled. Yan Chuan nodded. The Great Buddha Celestial Empire has also sent troops south, but they probably won't be able to take over too many cities. After this, Great Jin will control more than half of the world. Yifeng said solemnly. More than half. Yan Chuan frowned. This was because Yan Chuan understood that there were still two powerful forces in this world. The Great Buddha Celestial Empire had the help of the Lotus God, and the mysterious Archaean Sacred Ground. They had to overcome these obstacles. Rumble. Suddenly, the sea of Providence clouds in the sky above Yan Capital churned. Providence rolled in from the north. Zhu, Yao Tianshang, they're leaving. Yan Chuan said solemnly. North Divine Continent, Monster Imperial Dynasty, Capital. Rumble. High up in the sky, thunderclouds churned. The demonic Imperial Dynasty's destiny cloud sea had collapsed, and the former capital was now filled with demonic beasts. There was a huge hole in the thunderclouds in the sky. On the other side of the hole was the celestial realm. Zhu and Yao Tianshang stood with their hands behind their backs. All the courtiers looked on expectantly. Let's go. Zhu shouted. He took to the sky. With Zhu leading the way, countless monsters flew toward the huge hole. Yan Chuan could break through the hole, and so could Zhu. Rumble. Countless monsters and officials followed Zhu into the celestial realm. All around the capital, countless commoners looked up at the sky in confusion. His Majesty had ascended. He had ascended with all the experts. What about the monster Imperial Dynasty? Rumble. As the lightning flashed, all the experts chosen by Ju flew into it and entered the immortal realm. Boom! The enormous entrance to the world of immortals closed abruptly. Some of the luck of the imperial capital even surged into the east. On this day, the northern divine continent underwent a huge change. Luzhou City, from today onwards, your subject shall enter the Great Jin Celestial Dynasty as the capital of the Great Jin Celestial Dynasty. City Lordly Luzhou pays his respects. Northern Fei City, from today onwards, your subject will enter the Great Jin Celestial Dynasty. City Lord Wang Chaoyun pays his respects. On this day, the various cities of the northern divine continent were filled with the sound of people bowing down to Yun Che. It was as if the great celestial empire had taken over the northern divine continent in an instant. In a single day, the entire northern divine continent had changed. The massive flow of providence instantly shocked the remaining forces in the world. West Divine Continent, Great Buddha Heavenly Empire. Kong Mok led the ministers out of the pantheon of Buddhas and looked toward the north. How can this be? The luck of the northern divine continent is all shifting to the eastern divine continent. Ju! Yao Tiansheng is dead. Kong Mok exclaimed in shock. Confucius Lu Academy. Kong Daoqiu clenched his fists and looked toward the north. This is a rare commodity worth hoarding, but the mediocre fools have misled me. Kong Daoqiu said gloomily. Middle Divine Continent. Divine Sect Sacred Ground. Inside a large hall in the divine world. A purple-robed man stood in front of Meng Sansheng. Have you sent the letter? Meng Sansheng asked in a low voice. Yes, Sacred Master. However, it has been decades, and the West Divine Continent hasn't done anything. Are they really going to let the Lotus God go? The purple-robed man asked worriedly. Meng Sansheng frowned slightly. I don't have the time to care about them right now. I need to break another seal. Once I break another seal, I'll be able to. Meng Sansheng said solemnly. Yes. While Meng Sansheng was deep in thought, his eyes widened, and he stepped out of the divine world. Looking toward the north, Meng Sansheng's expression became complicated. Ju left? Meng Sansheng exclaimed in shock. Sacred Master, what did you say? Yan Chuan, what a good Yan Chuan. He took half of the southern divine continent, and now he's taking almost the entire northern divine continent. What a domineering zenith. Meng Sansheng exclaimed. Ah, what? The purple-robed man exclaimed. Great celestial empire, but it's still not enough. Wait for me to unlock another layer of seal, then I can pluck the Tao seal of this realm. After waiting for tens of thousands of years, my celestial race can finally rule the world again. Yen Capital, Xianyang Palace. Yan Chuan looked at Feng Yinyang, Feng, Yin Hentian, Jin Dayu, Lu Jin, and the others. I have some personal matters to attend to in the divine world. I'll be back in half a month. The world is tense right now, so keep an eye on it. Yan Chuan said. Yes. The ministers nodded. After sending everyone out, Feng Yinyang cast his spell. Soul depart. Yan Chuan's soul immediately entered the divine world. A soul possessed the body of a person near the sealed realm. He climbed to the top of a mountain and watched as Ju led a large number of demons in a certain direction. Old Wang, what are you looking at? A shout came from the bottom of the mountain. Yan Chuan looked over and saw a white-haired old man rush up. The white-haired old man was probably in the Qi state. He landed beside Yan Chuan and watched the demon army leave. This group of demons must have come from the sealed realm. The one leading them is not good. An immortal went to check on them, but he killed him. The white-haired old man exclaimed. Is that so? Yan Chuan smiled. Yan Chuan knew Ju's ability best. It wasn't difficult for him to kill an ordinary immortal. By the way, do you know that there's a sacred court nearby? Yan Chuan asked curiously. You mean the Great Qi Sacred Court? The old man was surprised. Yes, the Great Qi Sacred Court. This area is incomparably desolate. Very few big shots come here. Why is there a Great Qi Sacred Court stationed here? What are they doing here? Yan Chuan was puzzled. Ha! I happen to know a little about them. It's all because of the Dao seal here. I didn't expect there to be a sealed realm here. It's easy to come out from the inside, but difficult to enter from the outside. Last time, the Great Qi Sacred King used too much energy to break this realm. He seemed to have been in seclusion for a long time and just recovered. I heard that the 600 immortals who went in died. The white-haired old man sighed. Oh. I heard that after the Great Qi Sacred King came out of seclusion, he was furious when he heard the news. I don't know if he'll send more people. The white-haired old man shook his head. Is that so? Well, take me to the nearest city where the Great Qi Sacred Court is stationed. Yan Chuan smiled. Why are you interested in the Great Qi Sacred Court? The white-haired old man was surprised. Just taking a look. Yan Chuan smiled and did not say much. All right, I'm going too. Yan Chuan's other soul followed an aura and quickly passed through the immortal realm. As if crossing through time and space, he suddenly possessed a deity realm cultivator. Yan Chuan raised his head and looked around. All around him, immortal qi surrounded him and multicolored light shone everywhere. A large number of experts were flying in all directions. There were even immortals covered in multicolored light hurriedly passing by. Young master! Young master, where are you? Not far away, a voice suddenly called out. Yan Chuan's expression changed. Qing Long's voice. Seems like I've found the right person. Yan Chuan's face lit up with joy. Qing Long, Mo Yushi's attendant, was originally from the Great Zhao Sacred Ground and had ascended with Jing Ting. Yan Chuan quickly flew towards Qing Long's voice, hoping to understand Mo Yushi's current situation. Soon, he saw Qing Long. Yan Chuan's face lit up with joy. Just as he was about to go forward, his figure paused and he stopped. After all, he was now possessing someone else's body and Qing Long did not recognize him. Moreover, Yan Chuan did not want Qing Long to know. At this moment, Qing Long's face was filled with anxiety. Soon, Qing Long stopped and secretly exhaled. Qing Long landed beside a small lake. There was a large willow tree beside the small lake. Under the willow tree's roots, there was a 5 or 6-year-old boy curled up. The boy looked extremely thin and weak. He was looking at the small lake alone in a daze. Young master, it's great that you're here. We've been looking for you for a long time. Qing Long immediately said. The little boy looked at Qing Long. Uncle Qing Long, has my mother come out? Qing Long's face stiffened. Soon, soon. The princess will be out soon. Don't you see the princess once a year? The little boy cried in grievance. Little fatty, little Pole, they all said that I'm a bastard. Why don't I have a father? They said that my mother is a bad woman, so she was locked up by the celestial emperor. Qing Long immediately squatted down. Young master, don't cry. The princess was not locked up. She was willing. At that time, those bad people wanted to force the princess to abort you. The princess would rather die than give birth to you. She was willing to be imprisoned for 500 years before giving birth to you. The princess is the best mother in the world. The princess was pregnant with you for hundreds of years and endured hundreds of years of pressure to give birth to you. Don't listen to their nonsense. Qing Long immediately comforted him. Then do I have a father? Why did they say that I'm a bastard? The little boy cried. Of course you have a father. Your father is an indomitable figure. When your father was around, that Tao Lord Yu, that bad Lord Yu, could only kneel and beg for mercy in front of your father. Your father is very powerful. Qinglong wiped the little boy's tears and said, "Is that so? Then why didn't my father come to find me? Little fatty and the rest say that I'm a bastard every day." The little boy cried. "Your father is doing something big. He will come to pick you up. Little fatty and the rest won't play with you. There are still us 4 uncles. Ha, we will ride a big horse for you, okay?" Qinglong immediately coaxed. "NN." The little boy wiped his tears and laughed. Dang! At this moment, in the distance, where the multicolored light soared into the sky, a loud bell rang. Qinglong's face suddenly changed. "Oh no, Uncle is going back. When we go back tonight, Uncle will ride a big horse for you. Later, go back early by yourself," Qinglong said. The little boy pouted and nodded. Qinglong, with a trace of anxiety, quickly flew away. Not far away, on a small slope, Yan Chuan suddenly had mixed feelings. Looking at the little boy whose tears had not dried, for a moment, it seemed that his breathing had become more rapid. After Qinglong left, the little boy sadly hugged his knees and looked at the sparkling lake, thinking about something. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and slowly walked over. "Who are you? Are you here to play with me?" The little boy looked curiously at Yan Chuan. "I'm just passing by. What's your name?" Yan Chuan tried to make himself smile and asked. "My name is Yan Dong N." "Uncle, who are you?" the child said in a childish voice. Chapter 1080. Who are you? Are you here to play with me? The boy looked curiously at Yan Chuan. "I'm just passing by. What's your name?" Yan Chuan tried his best to smile. "I'm Yan Dong N." "Uncle, who are you?" the boy asked in his childish voice. Yan Dong N, Yan Dong N. Yan Chuan immediately remembered. When he first met Mo Yushi, they entered a feng shui formation and met a nightmare. In the dream, he was married to Mo Yushi. That was the name he gave his son. Yan Dong N. Son. "Uncle, are you here to play with me?" Little Dong N asked expectantly. Looking at his son's pure eyes, he felt a lump in his throat. Gritting his teeth, Yan Chuan nodded. "Yes, I'm here to play with you. But don't tell anyone, or I'll go play with someone else." "Ah, that's great. I won't tell anyone, I won't. Uncle, let's play a game." Little Dong N said excitedly. Yan Chuan nodded kindly. "Dong N, call me master from now on." Yan Chuan took a deep breath. "Okay. Is your name Master?" "I'll call you Master." "What game are we playing?" Little Dong N asked curiously. Yan Chuan smiled kindly. He broke off 2 branches from the tree, removed the leaves, and handed one to Little Dong N. "Today I'll teach you swordsmanship. Learn from me first. Once you learn, we can play together later." Yan Chuan smiled. Little Dong N said happily. "Look carefully, this is called Immortal Guides the Way, this is called Child's Birthday Greetings, and this is called Old Ape Seal." Yan Chuan called out. Little Dong N was very happy to have someone to play with. Immortal Guides the Way, Child Wishes Longevity, Old Ape Seal. Little Dong N imitated. "Ha, well done." Yan Chuan laughed. Yan Chuan's encouragement immediately made Little Dong N excited. "But, it's still a little bit short. Just a little bit. Look again." Yan Chuan smiled and pointed out. Oh, I got it. I got it." Little Dong N waved the twig excitedly. Looking at his son's excited expression, Yan Chuan felt comforted. Sealed Realm, Dajin Celestial Empire, Yanjing, Xianyang Palace. Yifeng, Yin Hentian, Li Si, and the others once again arrived at Xianyang Palace. Didn't His Majesty say that he would be back in half a month? Why has it been a month? Yi Feng asked worriedly. Feng Yinyang, who was stationed at Xianyang Palace, smiled and said, perhaps His Majesty has encountered some problems in the immortal realm. His Majesty has already explained everything clearly. Perhaps this is a test of your abilities by His Majesty. Everyone nodded. Dajin's celestial empire is now under His Majesty's control. His Majesty has established such a stable foundation. If we can't guard it well for His Majesty, then we are not worthy of being His subjects. Yi Feng smiled. Everyone, let's go back. His Majesty will definitely inform us when he wakes up. Li Si thought for a moment and said. Everyone nodded. Immortal Realm. Little Dong En's residence. At night, in a mountainous area. In the forest. Qi. Under Yan Chuan's sword, a man in black fell into a pool of blood. His meridians were broken and his cultivation was crippled. You, who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Why? The man in black pointed at Yan Chuan in despair. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Speak, who told you to spy on Yan Dong En? Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with a trace of cold light. Yan Chuan's long sword was pointed at the man's throat. His eyes were extremely cold. You want to die? Yan Chuan sneered. I'll speak, it's Lord Yu. Lord Yu sent me. The man in black said immediately. Yu? Why is he targeting Yan Dong En? How? Yan Chuan's eyes were cold. Lord Yu wants us to spy on him. Also, he is not allowed to teach Yan Dong En cultivation. He is not allowed to teach Yan Dong En. He is to isolate Yan Dong En from all external learning and constantly instruct Qing Long, Bai Long, Rosefinch and Xuanwu to do things. He is not allowed to teach Yan Dong En. The man in black said immediately. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yu? He wants to cripple Yan Dong En. Senior, I'm just following orders. The man in black said fearfully. Yan Dong En is Wu Jiong's grandson. Why does Yu dare to target him? Yan Chuan said coldly. Heaven Emperor. Heaven Emperor doesn't like Yan Dong En. The royal family also ostracizes Yan Dong En, so. Senior, I've already told you everything. Please. The man in black begged for mercy. Qi. Yan Chuan's sword pierced his throat. The man in black died with his eyes wide open. After dealing with the corpse, Yan Chuan let out a long breath. He slowly walked out of the forest and came to the lake. Beside the lake, there was a skinny little figure. Little Dong En stood alone by the lake, holding a pebble and playing with it. Dong En. Yan Chuan smiled. Master, you're here. Little Dong En threw away the remaining pebble in his hand and shouted excitedly. Seeing little Dong En running over, Yan Chuan revealed a kind smile. Master, are we still competing in swords today? I've learned all 3 moves. Little Dong En shouted excitedly, as if waiting for Yan Chuan's praise. Dong En is great. But today, I'm going to teach you how to read. Yan Chuan smiled. Read? Is it fun? Little Dong En asked curiously. Of course it's fun. If you can read a lot of books. You'll learn a lot of life principles and stories. These days, I've been telling you stories every day. They're all in the books. Yan Chuan smiled. I want to learn how to read, I want to learn how to read. Little Dong En shouted excitedly when he heard there were stories. But learning how to read is very boring and difficult. I don't know if you're afraid. No, with Master here, I'm not afraid of anything. Little Dong En shouted excitedly. Yan Chuan revealed a benevolent smile. A year later, at the entrance of the sealed world in the immortal world, Yan Chuan was another cultivator who possessed another body. At this moment, Yan Chuan stood on the top of a mountain with a group of people, looking into the distance. In the distance, there were a large number of troops guarding the surroundings, preventing people from approaching. The leader was wearing a white dragon robe. At this moment, he was looking at a group of men in front of him. Because the man in the white dragon robe had his back facing Yan Chuan could only see his group of officials. Do you see, that's the Sage King of Dachi. The one in front of him is called Gongyang Taolu. He's a real great immortal. A white-haired cultivator said to Yan Chuan. Great immortal? Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yes, human immortal, Xian immortal, earth immortal, sky immortal. Above the sky immortal is the great immortal. His strength is incomparably powerful. The last time he entered the sealed world, he was completely annihilated. The Sage King of Dachi flew into a rage out of humiliation and is preparing to open the sealed world again and send Gongyang Taolu in. That group of mortals in the sealed world is going to be miserable. The white-haired cultivator said regretfully. Yan Chuan looked at Gongyang Taolu in the distance and narrowed his eyes. Not necessarily. What not necessarily? That's a great immortal. In our world, he's also an extremely powerful existence. The white-haired cultivator immediately retorted. Yan Chuan smiled slightly, shook his head, and didn't continue speaking. Boom! There was a loud sound from afar, and a huge storm swept out in all directions. The place where Yan Chuan was fighting was also filled with sand and stones, and he couldn't see far away. Rest assured, Sage King. Gongyang Taolu will definitely wash away his humiliation and find out the truth. I will definitely take over the sealed world. A respectful voice could be heard from the flying sand and stones. Go! A majestic voice could be heard. The sealed world. Southern Divine Continent. A few decades had passed in the original land of Wei City. At this moment, some commoners had gathered to live there again. After all, this place was chosen by King Gaiyu. The terrain here was excellent, and the essence energy of heaven and earth was more concentrated. Boom! Suddenly, dark clouds rolled, and a huge hole was torn open in the sky. Countless commoners looked up at the sky in shock. They saw 100 figures stepping into the hole in the sky. The person in the lead was dressed in a gorgeous white robe, and his face was extremely majestic. Immortals, it's immortals! Someone exclaimed. 100 immortals? Countless exclamations could be heard in the entire city. A large number of cultivators did not hesitate to flee in all directions. They didn't dare to stay here. The huge hole in the sky slowly closed. Boom! The sky became clear again. The leading immortal, Gongyang Taolu, looked at the city below. Closing his eyes, Gongyang Taolu sniffed. His face turned cold. My 6 nephews really died here. Gongyang Taolu's eyes turned cold. My lord, what should we do with these people? An immortal asked. These people will naturally be buried with my 6 nephews. Gongyang Taolu's eyes turned cold. Yes. Everyone replied instantly. There's no need for you. I will personally take revenge for my 6 nephews. Gongyang Taolu said coldly. As he spoke, Gongyang Taolu suddenly stretched out his palm and slammed it downwards towards Wei City. Ka ka ka. A huge palm print suddenly appeared in the sky. As the palm pressed down, it seemed to flatten the space as it slammed towards Wei City. Boom! A huge sound reverberated. It was as if the entire southern divine continent could feel the earth shaking violently. The original Wei City turned into a huge palm-shaped hole. It was bottomless. In Wei City, millions of people were annihilated by a single palm. In the distance, some of the cultivators who had fled earlier hid in the valleys. Looking at the huge abyss in front of them, their faces were filled with endless shock. Wei City, Wei City. Some of the cultivators who knew the situation still remembered that when the heroes of the world gathered, the 6 sky immortals had to use a formation to cover Wei City. However, even with so many experts fighting, Wei City still couldn't be destroyed. But now, an immortal came and turned a city into an abyss with a single palm. Millions of cultivators turned into ashes in an instant. Just a single palm. Who else in the world could compare to him? Countless cultivators trembled in fear. Gongyang Taoyu's eyes turned cold. He stepped forward and led the heroes towards the north. Until the immortals left. Countless cultivators came to the abyss in grief. However, at this moment, there were no more survivors in the abyss. Chapter 1081. Wei City was destroyed. The news quickly spread to all corners of the world, and Yan Jin naturally received the news immediately. A group of great Jin strategists had gathered in Yifeng's home. Everyone frowned as they read the message. One palm strike. Destroy the city. Even celestial immortals can't be so exaggerated. Lu Gang said with an ugly expression. It's the great immortal. Yin Hentian said solemnly. Great immortal. Yi Feng and Li Si raised their eyebrows. The great immortal has descended to the world. It seems like he is a minister of the great Qi Holy Court. Li Si said with certainty. Yi Feng nodded. That's right. He should be a minister of Qi. He must be here to finish his unfinished business. Great immortal. What should he do? We're at the 12th level of the void stage. Even if we become immortals, we'll only be heavenly immortals. That's a great immortal. We'll have to wake His Majesty up and ask His Majesty to make a decision. Lu Gang said anxiously. No. Yi Feng shook his head. Everyone looked at Yi Feng. Perhaps, Your Majesty doesn't need to personally make an appearance. Yi Feng said in a low voice. When Yi Feng said this, Yin Hentian and Li Si's expressions changed and they nodded. Why? If the great immortal is coming, what will happen to Beijing? Lu Gang asked anxiously. The longer His Majesty stays in the immortal realm, the stronger His Majesty will be when he returns. Also, Lord Lu, do you think that great immortal will be careless this time? Yi Feng smiled. Lu Gang narrowed his eyes. Last time, the 6 celestial immortals were too arrogant, so they were completely wiped out. Do you think the great immortal this time will make the same mistake? Although he's stronger, the annihilation last time will definitely put him on guard. Yi Feng said with certainty. That's right. Lu Gang nodded doubtfully. Li Si smiled. Once this great immortal becomes vigilant, what will happen? If it were me, I would first settle down, then carefully investigate the situation of the world. Then, we'll wait for an opportunity to make a move, Lu Gang said with certainty. That's right. First, investigate the situation of the world. With the annihilation of the last army, this great immortal will not act rashly. He will definitely test the world first. Li Si said with certainty. Oh. Our great Jin Empire occupies more than half of the world. If they hadn't been completely wiped out, they would have definitely come to our great Jin Empire as their first stop. However, now that they've become cautious, what will they do? Li Si smiled. Cautious? Then let's see the quality of the world first. We should first go to the great Buddha Celestial Empire or the Divine Sect Sacred Grounds. If we can shake these 2 places, we will have a much higher chance of success. Furthermore, it will be easier for us to unify the world then. Lu Gang said, following Li Si's train of thought. Yes. During this period of time, we can also quickly analyze their weaknesses. Yin Hentian nodded affirmatively. All right. Lu Gang nodded. Lu Gang indeed felt that his brain wasn't enough to compete with this group of strategists. The truth was just as everyone had guessed. At this moment, Gongyang Tao Lu was extremely careful. After venting his anger, he quickly found a place to stay and sent people to investigate the situation of the world. Plan before acting. Immortal World, Yuyue Residence. Dao Lord Black Moon. At this moment, his face was gloomy as he looked at a servant who was kneeling in front of him. Dao Lord Yu narrowed her eyes. What did you say? Yuyue said coldly. My lord, during this period of time, the people we sent out have disappeared one after another. There is really no news at all. I think that they might have been. The servant said worriedly. Trash. Yuyue snorted coldly. The servant trembled. Yuyue's face was gloomy. Yan Chuan. I will definitely make you pay back the humiliation of that year 100 times. Yen Dong'en. Humph, vile spawn. Yuyue's face was gloomy. Master, tomorrow, I am going to see my mother. Once a year, I can see my mother. Little Dong'en said excitedly to Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan looked at little Dong'en and smiled. He took out a food box. Bring this to your mother. Yan Chuan said with a smile. What is this? Ah, what is this delicious food? Little Dong'en immediately drooled. Yan Chuan smiled and handed over another box. This is for you to eat. These are for your mother. Remember, don't tell anyone. Yan Chuan smiled. I know. Little Dong'en immediately nodded. In front of Yan Chuan, he grabbed the food in the food box and ate happily. Yan Chuan accompanied little Dong'en, watching his son eat happily and even licking his fingers at the end. Ha! Yan Chuan laughed heartily. Master, the sky is going to brighten. I will go back first. Tomorrow morning, I will go with 4 uncles to see my mother. Little Dong'en said in a childish voice. Good. Go. Yan Chuan smiled. Little Dong'en happily walked away step by step. Standing by the small lake, Yan Chuan watched Yan Dong'en leave. His face gradually became serious. Looking at the mountain in the distance, Yan Chuan took a deep breath. Yushi, your husband can't save you now, but your husband will work harder. One day, your husband will save you and your son. Those who ridiculed you, I will make them pay back 100 times, 1,000 times. Our son is very smart. Although you endured a lot of ridicule in order to give birth to him, our son will become your pride. Those who ridiculed you, Dong'en will slap them back. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. The next day, at dawn, Yan Dong'en, wearing his best clothes, came out early with a food box in his hand. Outside the hall, Qing Long, Bai Long, Rosefinch, and Xuanwu were waiting quietly. Seeing Yan Dong'en come out, the 4 of them showed a kind smile. Uncle Qing Long, Uncle Bai Long, Uncle Rosefinch, Uncle Xuanwu. Little Dong'en greeted politely. Young master, you're wearing new clothes, so beautiful. What are you holding in your hand? Rosefinch said with a smile. I'm not telling you, this is for my mother. Little Dong'en smiled. Ha, this is a secret. Qing Long laughed. Of course. Ha, good, then keep it a secret. Come, let's go see the princess. Qing Long laughed. Everyone took little Dong'en and flew quickly. Along the way, many mountains and rivers were guarded by countless soldiers. Some mountains were even guarded by a large number of immortals. Obviously, the place where they were going was an important place of the great Zhou dynasty. Soon, everyone landed on a huge square. In front of the square, there was a towering mountain. On the huge mountain, there were 3 words, Caging Phoenix Mountain. Caging Phoenix Mountain. Little Dong'en frowned and read. In the past, she was ignorant, but now that she had learned and recognized many words, she immediately recognized the name of the mountain. Caging Phoenix. Why was it called Caging Phoenix Mountain? Little Dong En did not understand, but did not ask, preparing to go back and ask her master. On the square, there was a large number of guards. Not far from Caging Phoenix Mountain, there was a huge cave. Little Dong En looked at the cave excitedly. Because Little Dong En knew that her mother was inside. Little Dong En wanted to run over. It's not time yet, you can't go in. The guards stopped her. Little Dong En pouted and could only wait. Young master, wait a little longer, we can go in at 7 o'clock. Azure Dragon immediately comforted him. Okay. Little Dong En hugged the food box helplessly. While the 5 of them were waiting, in the distance, a group of figures walked over. The leader was wearing an official's robe, it was Yu Yu. Yu Yu saw Little Dong En from afar, suddenly narrowed her eyes, and walked over with everyone. She walked closer. Qing Long and others frowned. Greetings to Lord Yu Yu. Qing Long said solemnly. Isn't this Yen Dong En? Yu Yu said with a playful smile. Humph. Little Dong En turned her head and ignored her. Yu Yu's eyes were cold. What's in your hand? Yu Yu said coldly. None of your business. Little Dong En snorted. None of my business. Guarding this place is my duty, any prohibited items are not allowed to be brought into Caging Phoenix Cave, give me that box. Yu Yu said coldly. No, this is for my mother, I can't give it to you. Little Dong En immediately hugged the food box tightly. How dare you, the Sky Emperor's order, you want to go against it? Yu Yu immediately rebuked. With an angry rebuke, the aura around her suddenly burst out. Lord, young master is young and insensible, please be magnanimous. Qing Long and others immediately stepped forward. I want you to give it to me. Yu Yu stretched out her hand and said coldly. Yu Yu didn't really want to snatch it, but she wanted to leave a psychological shadow in Yen Dong En, to make him timid, to make him afraid, to let this fear accompany him for life, to completely cripple Yen Dong En mentally. I won't give it to you. Little Dong En hugged the box stubbornly. This was the food that her master brought for her mother, how could she give it to this bad person? Lord, please be magnanimous. Qing Long pleaded again. Yu Yu didn't speak, but a servant behind her shouted, Humph, privately bringing prohibited items, violating the Sky Emperor's order, you are also accomplices. Yen Dong En knows his mistake and did not change, his crime is even worse, why aren't you kneeling and begging for forgiveness? Kneel? Qing Long and the others looked at each other, their eyes filled with unwillingness. In the end, Qing Long was the first to kneel. Lord, as long as you let young master go, we will do anything. Qing Long knelt in humiliation. Lord, please be magnanimous. Bai Long, Rosefinch and Xuanwu also knelt in humiliation. Seeing the 4 uncles kneeling, Little Dong En's eyes suddenly turned red. Uncle, don't kneel to bad people, don't. Little Dong En shouted. But Qing Long and the others didn't get up at all for Little Dong En. Ha 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 ha. Yu Yu burst into laughter. Alright, since you accomplices kneel to me, I will spare you, as for the main culprit. Yu Yu looked at Yen Dong En. Yen Dong En, kneel down. One of the subordinates behind him shouted. Yen Dong En hugged the food box and looked at Yu Yu with hatred in his eyes. You still don't kneel? Yu Yu said coldly, a pressure pressed on Yen Dong En. Yen Dong En's legs trembled from the pressure. I won't kneel, you are a bad person, I won't kneel, I only kneel to heaven and earth, I only kneel to my parents, I won't kneel to bad people. Little Dong En hugged the food box and shouted. Yen Dong En still remembered what Yen Chuan said to him not long ago, Dong En, remember, a man's knees should never bend. In this world, only heaven and earth and your parents can make you kneel, no one else is qualified to make you bend your knees. Little bastard, are you courting death? Yu suddenly became angry from embarrassment. I won't kneel. Little Dong En cried and looked at Yu with hatred. Yu was prepared to leave a psychological shadow on Yen Dong En, but at this moment, not only did it not leave, but it also increased Yen Dong En's fighting spirit. He had to be made to submit, he had to be afraid. Under the pressure of Dao Lord Yu's huge aura, she wanted to take another step. Enough. On the square, a woman's cold shout suddenly came. With a cold shout, Yu's aura suddenly disappeared. Yu's face suddenly changed and looked at Lock Phoenix Cave. In Lock Phoenix Cave, at this moment, a woman in red official robes slowly walked out. Lord Shengguan, why are you here? Yu said in surprise. Why didn't you all tell me? Yu said coldly to the guard by the side. When the guard saw Yu bullied the child for half a day, his face was also full of disdain. He glanced at Yu coldly and said, Lord Shengguan instructed not to inform anyone. Yu's face turned ugly. Greetings, Lord Shengguan. Everyone bowed. The one who walked out of the cave was precisely Shengguan Wan, Aunt Shengguan. Yen Dong En immediately laughed. Wiping the tears on his face, Yen Dong En was incomparably happy. Little Dong En, I haven't seen you for a year. Shengguan Wan, walked over and said with a smile. Dong En misses Aunt Shengguan so much. Little Dong En said obediently. Little Dong En, what are you holding in your hands? Shengguan Wan said with a smile. I brought something delicious for my mother. Little Dong En said obediently. By the side, Dao Lord Yu's face turned gloomy. Is that so? That little Dong En is so obedient. Did he scare you just now? Shengguan Wan rubbed Yen Dong En's little head and asked. I'm not afraid. He's a bad person. I'm not afraid of bad people. When I grow up, I still want to beat bad people. Yen Dong En said excitedly. Yu's face fell and said, Yen Dong En, who's a bad person? Don't talk nonsense. Yu wanted to scare Yen Dong En, but Yen Dong En was not afraid at all. You're a bad person, you are. Little Dong En immediately cried out. Yu's face turned ugly. Oh. Why do you say that he's a bad person? Shengguan Wan said with a smile. At the same time, Shengguan Wan looked at Yu with a very bad expression. Of course, Shengguan Wan did not expect Little Dong En to give a proper reason. However, Little Dong En had been educated by Yen Chuan for the past year. Naturally, he wouldn't say anything unreasonable. He said that I'm a rabbit. That means that my mother is a rabbit. My mother is a rabbit. Then the grandmother who gave birth to my mother is also a rabbit. He said that our family is all rabbits. Little Dong En said in a childish voice. Thud. Yu suddenly knelt down, his entire body covered in cold sweat. Wasn't Little Dong En's grandmother Wu Jiong? Wasn't she the Heavenly Emperor? The Heavenly Emperor was a rabbit? These words did not need to come in front of Wu Jiong. Some imperial censors could kill Yu. Lord Shengguan, this lowly one never had the thought of slandering the Heavenly Emperor. This lowly one never. Your Excellency, please forgive me. This lowly one just slipped up for a moment and did not check. This lowly one has never been disrespectful to the Heavenly Emperor. Yu said in horror. The group of people behind Yu were similarly terrified. Insulting the Heavenly Emperor as a rabbit? This crime was enough for them to exterminate 99 clans. By the side, Qing Long 4 people had relieved faces at this moment. At the same time, they looked at Little Dong En excitedly. Shengguan Wan also looked at Little Dong En in surprise. Also did not expect that Little Dong En would say such words. Maybe it was a coincidence. Seeing little Dong En's serious and angry look, Shangguan smiled slightly. Turning to look at Yu Yu. Yu Yu. This time, I cannot pursue the matter. But you have to remember, no matter how much Mo Yu she is ostracized by the imperial family, she is still the Heavenly Emperor's daughter. No matter how much the Heavenly Emperor dislikes Yen Dong En, he is still the imperial grandson of the great Zhou dynasty. You are just a foreign official. I don't know who gave you the courage, but you have to remember clearly that no foreign official can interfere with the Heavenly Emperor's family matters. Anyone who interferes with the Heavenly Emperor's family matters, since ancient times, has not had a good ending. Shangguan said coldly. Yes. Yu Yu was sweating profusely and trembling. Dong En, go and see your mother. Shangguan smiled. Isn't the time not yet? Little Dong En asked. No problem, go. Shangguan smiled. When Shangguan spoke, who would dare to stop her? Oh, that's great. Thank you, Aunt Shangguan. I'm going to see my mother. Little Dong En happily hugged the small box and rushed to Loch Phoenix Cave. Chapter 1082. Inside Loch Phoenix Cave. Lil Dong En hugged the food box and jumped in happily. Mother, I'm here to see you. Lil Dong En shouted excitedly. Soon, Lil Dong En reached the depths of the cave. Deep inside, there was a huge stone room with many night luminescent pearls. In a large hall, Mo Yushi waited expectantly. 4 servant girls stood at the side. Mother. Lil Dong En shouted excitedly. Mo Yushi's eyes were filled with tears. When she saw her son running in, she couldn't stop her tears. Dong En. Mo Yushi hugged Lil Dong En. Tears of joy flashed across his eyes. At the side, the 4 maids watched quietly. Mother, Dong En missed mother. Lil Dong En said. Mo Yushi's nose twitched. Mother is sorry, Dong En. Did anyone bully you? Mo Yushi wiped her tears and put Lil Dong En down. Lil Dong En looked at Mo Yushi obediently and helped Mo Yushi wipe her tears. Mother, Dong En is a good boy. No one bullied me. Mother, don't cry. Lil Dong En comforted. My poor child. Mo Yushi still couldn't hold back her tears. Mother, don't cry. Lil Dong En's eyes turned red. Don't cry. Mo Yushi held back her tears. Mother, I brought you something good to eat. You will like it. Lil Dong En immediately remembered that he had a food box in his hand. Oh. Something good to eat. Dong En is so sensible. Mo Yushi smiled. Mother, it's delicious. Lil Dong En opened the food box like it was a treasure. Mo Yushi smiled kindly. The 4 servant girls behind Mo Yushi raised their eyebrows and stared at the food box. Mo Yushi naturally felt the gazes of the 4 servant girls. With her back to them, her face turned ugly. Let me help, young master. A maidservant was about to step forward. No, this is for my mother, not for you. Little Dong En immediately cried out. Chunmei, what are you doing? Mo Yushi glared at her. Princess, I just want to help. The maid was not afraid. We don't need your help. If you want to watch, then watch. Don't interfere. Mo Yushi glared at him. The maidservant raised her eyebrows. Mo Yushi's eyes turned cold. Letting you see it is already a favor. Don't push your luck. After all, I am the daughter of the Celestial Emperor. No matter how much he dislikes me, I am still the daughter of the Celestial Emperor. If I kill a disobedient servant, no one will pursue the matter. Do you believe me? Mo Yushi shouted coldly. The servant girl panicked and took a step back. Yes, The maidservant nodded with resentment, not daring to take a step forward. Mo brought little Dong En to a stone table. What's good? Mo smiled. Mother, look, it's delicious. Little Dong En opened the food box. When the lunchbox was opened, there were some very cheap snacks inside. This is called an 8-star spring roll. This is a 6-star osmanthus cake. This is... Little Dong En said each name and swallowed her saliva. Not far away, the 4 maidservants saw that it was really food. Their original doubts disappeared. It was just some ordinary snacks. Ordinary. It was no big deal. The attention that had originally been focused on him immediately dissipated. But Mo was different. Looking at these snacks, it was as if she was possessed. Yen Chuan, try my 8-star spring roll. How does it compare to today's 7-star spring roll? This is my secret recipe. This is my osmanthus cake. It's better than the 5-star osmanthus cake, right? I've decided. It's called 6-star osmanthus cake. Every time little Dong En said a name, Mo's heart would beat wildly. In today's world, only 2 people knew about these snacks. Only 2 people should know. These were the snacks that she had made for Yen Chuan back then. Even if one name was a coincidence, now that there were so many names, how could it be a coincidence? Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan was here. Yen Chuan was near little Dong En. In an instant, Mo's tears gushed out again. There was grievance, longing, and worry in her tears. Looking at little Dong En counting the snacks, she thought of the great grievances she had endured to give birth to little Dong En. Mortals carried the bloodline of the Dark Phoenix. After hundreds of years of pregnancy, Mo's endured so much ridicule and ridicule. But looking at these snacks, Mo's felt that the past humiliation was all worth it. Mother, why are you crying again? Little Dong En looked at Mo's. Mother is happy. Mother is happy to see our Dong and bring delicious food. Mo's smiled through her tears. To the side, the 4 servant girls saw Mo's crying, but didn't think much of it. Because every year, Mo's would cry non-stop when she saw Yen Dong En. When Mo's was imprisoned here, she was most worried about little Dong En's growth. She was afraid that bad people would lead her astray. But now, Mo's was no longer worried. Seeing these snacks, Mo's understood that Yen Chuan was here. Yen Chuan was nearby. These snacks were the message Yen Chuan had sent to her. The message that everything was fine, everything was fine. Mother, eat quickly. It's delicious. Little Dong En handed over a snack. Mo's nodded happily. Dong En, you eat too. Eat with mother. Otherwise, mother won't be able to eat alone. Mo's smiled. Little Dong En swallowed his saliva happily. Mother and son quickly ate the snacks. This was the happiest meeting between mother and son in many years. Half a day later, it was time for the mother and son to meet again. After the tearful farewell, little Dong En cried and said, Mother, I'll come see you next year. Mo's nodded with tears in her eyes. Young master, it's time. You should go. The servant girl from before said heartlessly. Little Dong En looked at the servant girl angrily. Mother, just you wait. One day, I'll break this Suofeng mountain and save mother. Little Dong En seemed to make a vow. Then he turned and ran out of the cave. When he ran out of the cave, little Dong En still couldn't stop his tears from flowing. The 4 servant girls sneered. But Mo's saw little Dong En's tears as he ran. He reached out and caught the few drops of tears, placing them on his palm. Looking at the few drops of tears in her palm, Mo's eyes turned cold. She hated the 4 servant girls behind her. The 4 servant girls were naturally spies placed here by someone from the outside world. Mo Yushi naturally knew. She tolerated them because she didn't want to anger someone from the outside world and cause trouble for little Dong En. But her son's sadness made Mo Yushi hate him even more. The humiliation she suffered now would be repaid 10,000 times in the future. Whoosh! Mo Yushi released the dark energy around her and went into her practice room to cultivate. Mo Yushi didn't want a cultivation method because Yan Chuan had helped Mo Yushi obtain the Dark Phoenix's venerable. It contained all of the Dark Phoenix's inheritance. Mo Yushi wanted to learn it as soon as possible. Before, Mo Yushi was worried about her son and couldn't focus. Now that she knew Yan Chuan was here, she didn't have to worry. She didn't have to worry. Spring passed and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Little Dong En had grown into a 15 or 16-year-old boy. In these 10 years, Yan Chuan didn't return to Great Zhen. He stayed by little Dong En's side. In a valley. Within the valley, there was a large number of demon wolves surrounding a young man in red. Wielding a sword, he quickly killed his way into the pack. Hiss! Hiss! The streaks of sword light were as dense as a mirror. There were no blind spots. Not far away, on the peak of a mountain, Yan Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the sword-wielding Yan Dong En. Hiss! Hiss! After a series of furious attacks, a large number of wolf corpses appeared on the ground. Of course, the wolf tribe also had stronger experts. More than half of the wolves from before were dead, and the wolf tribe's experts appeared one after another. Roar! Roar! 20 10-foot-tall wolves pounced on Yan Dong En. Bang! The sword and claws collided. Yan Dong En was instantly knocked back 10 feet. Roar! The pack of wolves roared. Yan Dong En's face sank. Humph! He snorted coldly. Yan Dong En's hair suddenly grew long and turned blood red. A violent force was emitted. A slit of blood appeared between Yan Dong En's eyebrows. The valley suddenly turned into a sea of blood. Clouds of blood rolled in the sky above. Endless blood wrapped around Yan Dong En, making him look like a peerless demon god. 10 blood gods appeared in the sea of blood, each pouncing on the pack of wolves. Kill! Yan Dong En roared. Hiss! Hiss! The sound of swords rang out one after another. All the demon wolves were cut in half at the waist. Bang! The battle ended. Yan Dong En looked excitedly at Yan Chuan, who was on a mountain peak not far away. Phew! Yan Dong En's hair slowly recovered after retracting the sea of blood. The third form of a super ability? Ha, Dong En, you're more outstanding than Master thought. Yan Chuan laughed. Master, how was it? Yan Dong En immediately smiled. Not bad, but you can't be complacent. You still have a long way to go. If you want to save Mo Yushi, it's far from enough now. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yan Dong En's face turned solemn when he thought of his mother who was trapped in caging Phoenix Mountain. Master, what should I do now? Please teach me, Yan Dong En said sincerely. Killing demon beasts is nothing. Starting tomorrow, Master will bring you to see blood. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Ah. See blood? Isn't that right now? I'm talking about human blood. Yan Chuan smiled. Human blood? Murder. Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Yan Dong En's face turned solemn. Sealed realm. After more than a decade of preparation, Gongyang Taolu had grasped almost all the information in the world. Master, where are we going now? An immortal asked. Master, are we going to destroy Dezhen? Once we control Dezhen, we'll have half the world. Another immortal asked. Gongyang Taolu thought for a moment, then shook his head. Let's go to the great Buddha Empire first. Dezhen. Now's not the time. Gongyang Taolu said cautiously. Although Gongyang Taolu felt that he was invincible in this realm, he was still very careful because of the lessons of others. Yes. The Immortals replied. Gongyang Taolu led the Immortals and shot toward the east. Their target was the great Buddha Empire. Chapter 1083. Great Buddha Celestial Empire, City of 10,000 Buddhas. The city of 10,000 Buddhas was completely silent. The golden dragon of 18-clawed providence roared in the sky. Roar. The dragon's roar was directed at 100 figures. The leader was dressed in a white robe and had an arrogant expression on his face. It was the great celestial of Daki, Gongyang Taolu. Gongyang Taolu had led a group of celestials to the great Buddha Celestial Empire. Kong Mok, come out. Gongyang Taolu snorted. The ruler of a nation naturally had his own unique traits. For example, the emperor could mobilize the power of a nation and gather the power of the people for his own use. His power was vast and boundless. Gongyang Taolu did not rush down recklessly. Below, in the imperial court, 10,000 Buddhas Hall. The 10,000 Buddhas Hall was filled with officials. Kong Mok, dressed in a dragon robe, leaned against the dragon throne and narrowed his eyes. Great Celestial. Kong Mok narrowed his eyes. Zhao Xianji smiled. Your Majesty, with your strength, you don't have to be afraid of him. Most of the people in the imperial court had their cultivation base raised by Kong Mok, so they knew how powerful he was. Kong Mok was at the 11th level upper void when he killed the heavenly immortals. Now, his cultivation base was at the peak stage. Not long ago, Kong Mok had even undergone the heavenly immortal tribulation with the help of some important officials. 19 heavenly tribulations. Kong Mok was now a heavenly immortal. He had the strength of a heavenly immortal and the power bestowed by the Lotus God. Naturally, Kong Mok was not afraid. Kong Mok could even mobilize the power of the great Buddha Celestial Empire and borrow the power of the world to strengthen himself. Kong Mok might not be able to win against Gongyang Taolu, but he could at least stay alive. That was why Kong Mok was not afraid. Your Majesty, as long as you show enough power, you can force these celestials away. Just force them away and let them wreak havoc in the great Jin Celestial Empire and Archaean Sect's Holy Land. Zhao Xianji smiled. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The transformed Celestial Emperor's voice. Kong Mok was satisfied. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Huh? Kong Mok looked His Majesty. The officials looked towards the source of the voice. And Majesty and Celestial. Feng Shao. Lord Feng. Zhao Xianji looked at Feng Shao with a frown. This person's talent was outstanding. He had once used schemes to subdue 2 middle-level sections. That was why he was able to enter the imperial court at the fastest speed. However, this person made Kong Mok and Zhao Xianji wary. Back then, Yan Chuan's father, Yan Tao, belonged to the Dai sect. Feng Shao was the grandson of the leader of the Dai sect. After his father and ancestor died, he left the East Divine Continent and came here with great difficulty. Feng Shao, why do you object? Kong Mok asked in a low voice. Feng Shao stepped forward. He said respectfully, His Majesty's strength should not be exposed. Oh. Emperors rule the world. They are respected and revered by the world. The most important thing is the divinity of an emperor. Feng Shao said. Divinity? Kong Mok looked at Feng Shao strangely. This is something that I named. It means that the emperor is mysterious. The strength that others cannot see is the strongest strength. Feng Shao said solemnly. You want me to have a backup plan? Kong Mok smiled. Not a backup plan, but a hiding one. Feng Xiao said confidently. Kong Mok frowned, nodded, and said, continue. Yes. I feel that although the great Buddha dynasty has unified the West Divine Continent, there is still a hidden danger. Feng Xiao said seriously. Oh. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I dare to speak. Feng Xiao immediately bowed. I forgive you. Kong Mok said curiously. Yes. May I ask Your Majesty, between the great Buddha dynasty and the Kong family, who is the master and who is the subordinate? Feng Xiao asked. How dare you? Zhao Xianji glared. Feng Xiao immediately bowed and did not speak. Kong Mok narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. Continue. Yes. I feel that Your Majesty is the ruler of all ages. The Kong family should be proud of Your Majesty and fully support Your Majesty to unify the world and ascend to the immortal world. Feng Xiao said seriously. However, I have researched some historical records and found that the original 10,000 Buddha sacred ground in a country that appeared before were all chess pieces of the Kong family. They are the arms of the Kong family. Your Majesty, this subject is receiving the Emperor's salary and should share Your Majesty's worries. This subject feels that the great Buddha heavenly dynasty should not be the Kong family's arm, but the Kong family should be the great Buddha heavenly dynasty's arm. Feng Xiao added. Many officials in the imperial court nodded in agreement. Zhao Xianji revealed a worried expression. Continue. Kong Mok said expressionlessly. I am indebted to Your Majesty. In the past, I followed Your Majesty to the Kong family's forbidden ground. I heard that the Kong family's old ancestor was outside the valley. I feel that the Kong family's old ancestor should step in to save the great Buddha dynasty. Feng Xiao said. Oh. Kong Mok narrowed his eyes. Lord Xiao said earlier that with Your Majesty's ability, you don't need to fear him. However, I feel that this is not the case. The great Buddha dynasty is in danger. If the Kong family's old ancestor does not step in, the great Buddha dynasty will be destroyed. Feng Xiao said firmly. Once Feng Xiao said that, Kong Mok understood. Feng Xiao meant that he would pretend to be defeated and let the Kong family's old ancestor come out. This way, not only would he be able to hide his strength, but he would also be able to see the Kong family's old ancestor's strength. This would lay a solid foundation for him to unify the Kong family. Your Majesty, this trip is dangerous. Zhao Xianji said worriedly. After all, Zhao Xianji knew that the Kong family's old ancestor should be an extremely strong person. What if he angered the old ancestor? No, Lord Zhao, it's not dangerous. The great immortal outside is already the strongest in this world. No matter how much Your Majesty asks for help, it is only natural. Feng Xiao said firmly. But. Zhao Xianji frowned. Kong Mok's eyes lit up. Indeed, Kong Mok had wanted to subdue the Kong family for a long time. However, the old ancestor had always been a thorn in his heart. Now that Feng Xiao was able to move the entire Kong family and let him know the old ancestor's strength, wouldn't that be perfect? Good. Kong Mok nodded in satisfaction. Then what should we do? Kong Mok asked calmly. Your Majesty, immediately go to the Kong family's old ancestor's place and bring one person to lead the group of immortals there. In the forbidden area of the Kong family, the old ancestor will appear and fight the great immortals. Feng Xiao said solemnly. Kong Mok nodded. The old ancestor's strength was always a thorn in his heart. If the old ancestor could not defeat the great immortal, he could attack the Kong family at any time. All right. Dear ministers, who is willing to lead the group of immortals? Kong Mok asked solemnly. When Kong Mok asked this question, the ministers hesitated. After all, they were facing a group of immortals. If they were not careful, they would die on the spot. Seeing that no one spoke, Kong Mok's face darkened. Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the group of immortals. Feng Shao said immediately. Oh. Kong Mok was surprised. He did not expect Feng Shao to be so fearless. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I came to the great Buddha dynasty with a purpose. Feng Shao said immediately. Purpose? The ministers raised their eyebrows. My father, Feng Tianyu, was forced to death by Yan Chuan in the river hall. Your Majesty, I have an irreconcilable enmity with that bastard Yan Chuan. However, that bastard Yan Chuan is too powerful. Great Jin dynasty, I might not be able to take revenge in my lifetime. The enmity of killing my father is irreconcilable. How can I drag out my life? I came to the great Buddha dynasty to take revenge. I hope I can help your Majesty to kill that bastard Yan Chuan as soon as possible, Feng Shao said with bloodshot eyes. Hearing Feng Shao's words, Kong Mok's eyes softened. Your Majesty, I might anger the group of immortals this time. I might die on the spot. However, I beg your Majesty to take revenge for me. My enemy is not the immortals, but Yan Chuan. I beg your Majesty to take revenge for me. Feng Shao suddenly knelt down and kowtowed a few times. Kong Mok's expression flickered. He immediately let down his guard against Feng Shao. Yan Chuan's enemy? Yan Chuan's enemy was one of his own. It seemed like he had misunderstood Feng Shao in the past. As for the death of Feng Shao's father, Kong Mok had investigated thoroughly. It was indeed Yan Chuan who had ordered his death. Good. My beloved subject, I will kill Yan Chuan to give you an explanation. Kong Mok said. Yes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Feng Shao kowtowed again. He stood up, tidied his clothes, and said, Your Majesty, I will go now. Please head to the Kong family as soon as possible. Kong Mok nodded. Feng Shao stepped out of the hall. On the dragon throne, Kong Mok watched Feng Shao leave. A complicated look flashed in his eyes. Did I really misunderstand him in the past? Outside the hall, Feng Shao stepped into the sky and flew toward the group of immortals. Far away from 10,000 Buddha City, Kong Lu Academy. Kong Daoqiu stood at the highest peak, holding a bamboo scroll in his hand. He frowned slightly as he looked into the distance. Great Immortal. Kong Mok, let's see how you deal with this. Kong Daoqiu said with a dark expression. Suddenly, a figure flew into the sky. That is Feng Shao. A subject wants to take the place of the enemy. Is he courting death? Kong Daoqiu was puzzled. In addition to Kong Daoqiu, the 100 immortals in the sky were also puzzled. Especially Gongyang Taolu. Great Buddha Celestial Empire, Feng Shao, greets everyone. How should I address you? Feng Shao said solemnly. Gongyang Taolu narrowed his eyes. Where is Kong Mok? If you want to see my Majesty, please tell me your name. Feng Shao said again. You are courting death. An immortal behind him shouted. Gongyang Taolu waved his hand and stopped the subject behind him. De Qi Holy Court, Gongyang Taolu. Gongyang Taolu said in a low voice. Gongyang Taolu was still calm. Moreover, the official in front of him was only an immortal state cultivator. If he attacked him, he would lose face. So it is Lord Gongyang of De Qi. I wonder why you want to see my Majesty. I can help you inform him. Feng Shao said calmly. Ha ha ha, you are really brave. Gongyang Taolu looked at the immortal state cultivator in front of him with slight surprise. Thank you. If I say that I am here to destroy your great Buddha Celestial Empire, how are you going to inform him? Gongyang Taolu said jokingly. Destroy the empire? Ha ha ha, this is a national matter. I am still young and cannot make the decision. Everyone, please follow me to see the Majesty. Feng Shao laughed. You are not afraid of death? Gong Yang Taolu asked. Feng Shao did not answer. Instead, he made an inviting gesture. Everyone, you are a guest. Please. The group of immortals was confused. Gong Yang Taolu looked at Feng Shao curiously and followed him. In the distance, Kong Daoqiu raised an eyebrow. What is going on? Why are they coming to the Kong family? Kong Daoqiu's expression was ugly. Kong family's forbidden area. In a valley. Kong Mok said respectfully, Ancestor, the Kong family's survival, the great Buddha Celestial Empire's survival, please make the decision. Chapter 1084. West Divine Continent. Kong Daoqiu's expression changed when he saw the group of immortals heading toward the Kong residence. Stop right there. Kong Daoqiu roared and stood in front of the group of immortals. Gong Yang Taolu narrowed his eyes, Earth Immortal. What are you doing, Feng Shao? Kong Daoqiu glared at him. Feng Shao smiled and said politely, the immortals want to see His Majesty. I will introduce you to him. Kong Mok. Introduce us. What a joke. Isn't Kong Mok in the city of Buddha? Kong Daoqiu said coldly. The 100 immortals watched the fight between the two with interest. Patriarch Kong, you don't know, but His Majesty has already gone to the forbidden area to see the one from the Kong family. Feng Shao said with a smile. The one from the Kong family? Gong Yang Taoqiu narrowed his eyes. He could tell that something was amiss. Kong Daoqiu's eyes widened. The Kong family's ancestor. Kong Mok had brought these immortals to see the ancestor. Kong Mok was indeed a scourge. He was indeed a scourge. You're courting death. Kong Daoqiu was furious. He reached out to attack Feng Shao. An immortal stepped forward and met Kong Daoqiu's palm. Boom! A huge storm swept across the area. A few more immortals rushed in and trapped Kong Daoqiu. At the same time, many cultivators in the Confucius Academy also noticed that something was amiss. 10 figures flew into the sky. However, those behind Gong Yang Taoqiu were also immortals. 20 immortals flew out to meet them. Boom! Fighting broke out everywhere, throwing the entire Confucian Academy into chaos. Feng Shao, lead the way. Gong Yang Taoqiu said with a smile. 30 immortals blocked the path of the Confucius Academy. Feng Shao led Gong Yang Taoqiu straight to the forbidden area of the Kong family. Boom! 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 The battle in the Confucius Academy was intense. Kong Daoqiu was surrounded by 5 immortals. He was retreating, but there was no anger on his face. Instead, he looked coldly in the direction that Feng Shao and the others had left. In the forbidden area of the Kong family. Kong Daoqiu looked at the entrance of the valley and said respectfully, Great Ancestor, the survival of the Kong family and the survival of the great Buddha Empire is at your command. The valley was silent. After a while, a voice came from the valley, Kong Mok? Are you bothering me again? Ancestor, I have no choice but to do this. A great calamity has descended upon my Kong clan. Kong Mok said in a low voice. Disaster? What disaster? The impatient voice of the ancestor came from the valley. Ha ha ha, I'm the one who's in trouble. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the sky. Kong Mo Ku looked up and saw Gong Yang Tao coldly looking at the valley with a group of immortals. So this is where the Kong clan's final strength lies. Kong Mok. There are also those shameful fellows inside. Gong Yang Taolu sneered. Ancestor. This person was a great immortal. Mok is no match. Kong Mok said anxiously. High up in the air, Gong Yang Taolu's eyes narrowed. Shameful fellow, still not coming out. Gong Yang Taolu was extremely cautious. Even at this point, he did not take the initiative to make a move. It was as if he wanted to lure the Kong family's old ancestor out. Great Immortal. Where did you come from? In the valley, the old ancestor asked in a deep voice. Great Chi's holy court, Gongyang Taolu. Gongyang Taolu said solemnly. The valley was silent for a while. Gongyang Zi, I've heard of him. What is the Great Chi's holy court? Has the Gongyang clan submitted to a holy court? The voice in the valley was extremely calm. Gongyang Taolu's expression changed. Who are you? Who I am is not important. Go back to where you came from. For Gongyang Zi's sake, I won't kill you. The old ancestor said indifferently. Gongyang Taolu's eyes were uncertain. Hiding the head and showing the tail, come out and talk. Gongyang Taolu slammed down with a palm. The enormous might of a great immortal was as if the sky had collapsed. With a palm pressing down, the air below was compressed and burned. Even Kong Mo Ku was incomparably shocked when he saw the might of a great immortal. At the same time, he was incomparably glad. He had indeed been careless earlier. Compared to a great immortal, he seemed to be too inferior. The huge palm seemed to want to completely destroy the valley. Overestimating yourself. The old ancestor's cold snort came from the valley. Whoosh! Suddenly, a wrinkled palm emerged from the valley. This was a withered palm. The palm was connected to the arm, as if the arm of a person had grown longer. The palm grew larger and larger as it slammed into the sky. This was not an energy palm, but a palm of flesh. As soon as the palm struck, a group of energy palms appeared around it. There were about 1,000 of them, and they surrounded the withered palm as they slammed into the sky. Boom! The withered palm met Gongyang Taolu's energy palms, and the energy palms shot toward the group of immortals. The demon sovereign of all palms, Demon King Kong. Gongyang Taolu's expression changed. Boom! The huge impact caused the ground to rumble as if there was a great earthquake. The group of immortals was sent flying by the energy palms. Pfft! Gongyang Taolu spat out a mouthful of blood from the recoil. He flew into the air in shock. With one palm, 20 immortals among the group of immortals died on the spot. The remaining immortals were all injured. In the distance, the immortals surrounding the Confucius Academy quickly flew over and stood in front of Gongyang Taolu. Gongyang Taolu clutched his chest and looked down at the valley in shock. The palm had been retracted, but the valley was filled with boundless danger. Kong Daoqiu and the other members of the Kong family quickly flew over. They looked at the valley in shock. Even Kong Mok had a look of shock in his eyes. Demon King Kong. You're the demon sovereign of all palms, Demon King Kong. You. Aren't you dead? Gongyang Taolu cried out in shock. Cough, cough, cough. I'll spare your life for Gongyang Zi's sake. Scram! Demon King Kong's voice came from the valley. Gongyang Taolu clutched his chest. His expression was unsightly. Let's go. Without hesitation, Gongyang Taolu turned around and left. He killed 20 immortals with one palm. The immortals were horrified. They quickly fled with Gongyang Taolu. Whoosh! The immortals immediately left. In the valley, the Kong family members bowed and said, "Mighty is the patriarch." Demon King Kong coughed a few times and said, "Cough, cough, cough. Leave me alone." Understood. Everyone retreated with reverence. Only Kong Daoqiu and Kong Mok had complicated expressions. Kong Mok brought Feng Shao back to the city of 10,000 Buddhas. He still had lingering fears. Demon King Kong. The patriarch is actually called Demon King Kong. And the demon sovereign of all palms? Kong Mok frowned. Your Majesty, the patriarch of the Kong family seems to have. Feng Shao frowned. Kong Mok immediately reacted. That's right. Demon King Kong coughed just now. He's injured. He's been recuperating. Kong Mok said. I thought so too. Feng Shao nodded. Feng Shao, you've done a meritorious service this time. Fortunately, with your plan, I can roughly see the Patriarch's strength. Haha, he might have been very strong before, but he was just scaring Gong Yang Tao Lu. His strength should only be at the level of a great immortal now. He's a great immortal. Kong Mok said excitedly. Your Majesty is wise. Feng Shao nodded. Feng Shao, it's all thanks to you this time. Great immortal strength? I'm still inferior now. Fortunately, I didn't listen to Zhao Xianji and the others. You've done well this time. I'm going to confer you the title of Great River Duke. Kong Mok said in a good mood. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Feng Shao said excitedly. On the other side, Kong Daoqiu had also returned to Confucius Lu Academy, where he pondered alone. So the Patriarch has been recuperating all this time. But it's been tens of thousands of years. Is the Patriarch's injury still not healed? Kong Daoqiu had a complicated expression. In the distance, Gong Yang Tao Lu led the 80 immortals and flew away quickly. Ahem. Gong Yang Tao Lu coughed, his expression dark. Your Majesty, is that really Demon King Kong? An immortal asked doubtfully. That's right. He's Demon King Kong. Rumor has it that he was killed by the Dao gods of Absolute Palace in the immortal world. I didn't expect him to still be alive, but he's clearly injured. He coughed just now. Clearly, he's injured. His current strength is also at the great immortal realm. Gong Yang Tao Lu said solemnly. Then what do we do now? An immortal asked worriedly. Demon King Kong is here in the West Divine Continent. He's a tough nut to crack. Let's ignore him for now. This lord will first take down Great Perfection or the Archaean sacred grounds. As for you, ascend now and report this to the Sage King. Gong Yang Tao Lu said solemnly. Yes. An immortal answered. That immortal quickly took a step forward and ascended out of the sealed world. Your Majesty, where to first? Another immortal asked. Find a place to heal first. This world is indeed very strange. Gong Yang Tao Lu said solemnly. Yes. As for where to first? The Great Perfection Celestial Empire has only been established for a few hundred years. Ha, looks like I was wrong. The strongest on the surface might not be the strongest. Once we've healed, we'll go to the Great Perfection Celestial Empire. Gong Yang Tao Lu said solemnly. Yes. The immortals answered. Immortal world. In a valley. Clang clang clang. Hiss. A bloody light flashed. A corpse was sliced in half. Yen Dong En stood at the side. Yen Dong En was already 17 or 18 years old. He already had the appearance of a teenager. After killing, Yen Dong En looked at the peak of a mountain not far away. Yen Chuan stood there and watched. Master. Yen Dong En said with a smile. Not bad. You've killed another traitor. This traitor killed hundreds of innocents. You've done good for the people. In these 3 years, I've taught you all kinds of assassination techniques. You've mastered them well. At least you don't have to worry about being assassinated. Next, we'll stop assassinating. Yen Chuan took a deep breath. Ah. What should I learn next? Yen Dong En said excitedly. Do you want to save Moyushi? Yen Chuan said solemnly. Hearing Yen Chuan's question, Yen Dong En's face suddenly turned serious. Yes, I want to. I want to split that Sinfeng mountain. I want to save my mother. Now's not the time. Yen Chuan sighed. Yes, it's not the time. The guards there are all sky immortals. I'm only in the immortal realm. How can I break through? Yen Dong-en smiled bitterly. Next, I'll teach you how to split the mountain. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Ah. Master, please teach me. Splitting the mountain is not about brute force, but merits. Yen Chuan took a deep breath. Merits? Yen Dong-en was taken aback. Yes. The Great Zhou Heavenly Court was just established and is rapidly expanding. It's also the best time to make a name for yourself. When you have enough merits, use them to exchange for Mo Yushi's freedom. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Ah. I'll join the army now. Yen Dong-en's eyes lit up. Join the army? Fighting on the battlefield is a must. However, strategy, tactics, leverage, and shrewdness are more important. Next, I'll teach you. Learn well. It depends on your comprehension. How much you can learn depends on yourself. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Dong-en will learn seriously. Yen Dong-en said solemnly. Chapter 1085. After recuperating for 4 years, the group of immortals once again set out for a new goal, the Great Jin Celestial Empire. As for what had happened in the West Divine Continent, naturally, De Jin paid full attention to the situation. Furthermore, Wang Jian personally headed to the West Divine Continent to obtain the most accurate information from the factory guard stationed there. Beijing. Imperial Palace, Imperial Library. The ministers of Great Jin were discussing countermeasures. Empress ZZ was also participating at this moment. Gongyang Taolu, Demon King Kong. Yin Hentian frowned. Let's not talk about Demon King Kong for now. According to the news brought back by Wang Jian, the next stop of Gongyang battle strategy is very likely to be Yanjing. Yi Feng said with a frown. Everyone's expression darkened. Everyone naturally understood how powerful the great immortal was. Should we ask His Majesty to return? Lu Gang frowned worriedly. ZZ shook her head. No. Oh. Everyone looked at ZZ. Before His Majesty left, he said that he would send a soul to the Great Chi's sacred court to see what's going on in the outside world. His Majesty must know that Gongyang Taolu has entered this world. ZZ said. As soon as ZZ said this, everyone's expression turned solemn. Taking a deep breath, they nodded in agreement. Since His Majesty knows about this and has yet to return, it proves that there are more important matters in the immortal realm than this place. Naturally, we will not disturb His Majesty. Perhaps, this is also the time for His Majesty to test our abilities. Li Si nodded. The ministers nodded in agreement. I'll deal with Gongyang Taolu. Bai Ditian suddenly said. Oh. Everyone looked at Bai Ditian in surprise. I have the bloodline of an ancient fiend celestial, and I've activated a lot of it recently. Although I'm not a match for a great immortal, I'm not far from it. I'll hold him back for a while. Huo Guang, Wang Jian, Jin Dayu, you guys kill the other immortals. Then, Feng Yinyang will use the array formation to trap Gongyang Taolu. We'll slowly grind him to death. If it doesn't work, I still have the Emperor's terracotta army. Perhaps. Tan Lang suddenly said. Everyone looked at Tan Lang. However, Yi Feng shook his head and said, no, the terracotta soldiers are His Majesty's trump card. Unless there is no other choice, don't touch them. Everyone nodded. At this moment, under the leadership of His Majesty, De Jin also has enough resources. We don't necessarily need to fight to the death with Gongyang. Li Si said with a smile. Hearing Li Si's words, Yin Hentian and Yi Feng's expressions changed and they nodded. Meow, you bunch of mortals, what are you afraid of? There's still me, Meow, and Sister ZZ's curse. Meow, who was in ZZ's arms, suddenly said. Everyone. Several months later. With 80 immortals in tow, Gong Yang Taoyi arrived at Yanjing in a grandiose manner. This time, they were even more careful than last time. They were prepared for battle. However, when he arrived in Beijing, he saw an extremely strange scene. Countless clouds of mist covered Yanjing completely. Feng Yinyang's array shrouded Yanjing in a sea of fog. From the outside, it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Gong Yang Taoyu's pupils shrank. "My lord, does Yan Chuan know that we're here?" An immortal shouted. Gong Yang Taolu took a deep breath. "I was almost careless again. Although the Kong family is hiding Demon King Kong, we can't underestimate Dezhen. Although it hasn't been established for a long time and doesn't have enough resources, it must be extraordinary to be able to become the overlord of the world. Huh. We should have gone to the Archaean sect's sacred ground first. Sigh, forget it. Since we're here, let's test the strength of Dezhen's imperial court." Gong Yang Taoyu's expression was extremely ugly. "Yan Chuan, why haven't you come out yet?" Gong Yang Taolu suddenly shouted. With a loud shout, the sound waves swept across Yanjing. The fog around Yanjing was also stirred by the sound waves. In Yanjing, the ministers of Dezhen all looked at the outside world solemnly. Feng Yinyang's array couldn't be seen from the outside, but the inside could clearly see the outside world. "They're here." Yi Feng's face darkened. "Bai Ditian, since you've activated the ancient fiend celestial bloodline, use your aura to gain the upper hand," Yin Hentian said. Bai Ditian nodded. Boom! Bai Ditian's aura surged into the sky, and the terrifying aura was filled with endless black malevolent energy. The malevolent energy was extremely dense, as if it was going to assimilate everything around it. The white stone slabs under his feet were also dyed black by the malevolent energy at this moment. The malevolent energy was so oppressive that the surrounding guards were instantly terrified. Feng Yinyang, who was not far away, waved his hand. Boom! A vortex formed around them, isolating the malevolent energy so that no one could be affected. Only the people outside could feel it. The malevolent energy surged into the sky and suddenly dyed the sky black. The billowing malevolent energy even formed a giant black cloud. The energy was so dense that it made one's heart tremble. Buzz! The malevolent energy was directed at the deities. The deities' faces immediately changed. "What a powerful malevolent energy!" An deity exclaimed. Gong Yang Taoyu's face also changed because the malevolent energy was even stronger than his. How could it be? How could there be an old monster in Yanjing? How could there be such a powerful malevolent energy? Inside Yanjing, everyone looked at Bai Ditian and sighed. The bloodline of the ancient fiend celestial is indeed powerful. That's right. Those deities' faces all changed. Lu Gang said excitedly. "Let's see if we can scare them away." "I wonder if he can tell if it's real or fake," Feng said seriously. Everyone looked outside. Gong Yang Taoyu's face changed. "My lord, what should we do? There seems to be an overlord in Dezhen. We haven't even seen him yet, but there's already such a terrifying energy." An deity said worriedly. "Yeah, we haven't even seen him yet." No. Gong Yang Taoyu's face changed. "Ha ha ha, he's bluffing. He's using an array to cover it up. Is he trying to trick us?" Gong Yang Taolu immediately guessed that it was a scam. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, the ministers immediately knew that something was wrong when they saw Gong Yang Taoyu's expression. "Get ready for the second strategy." Yi Feng waved his sleeves and shouted. "Okay." Everyone nodded. "Meow, isn't it just to scare that deity? Is there a need to make it so complicated? Watch me." Meow immediately shouted. Everyone looked at Meow. Meow suddenly crawled out of ZZ's arms and onto ZZ's shoulder. Facing the deities in the distance, her fur suddenly stood on end. Meow! Meow shouted coldly. Everyone. Was Meow trying to scare the deities? Was she trying to act cute? However, before the crowd could say anything, an echo suddenly rang out between heaven and earth. Meow! Outside the array, Gongyang Taolu also heard a cat's meow. Just as he was feeling curious, an echo suddenly sounded. Meow! One echo was not enough. Meow! 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 All of a sudden, countless meows came from all directions in the world. Countless meowing sounds filled the entire East Divine Continent in an instant. The dense and terrifying meowing of cats instantly covered the entire East Divine Continent. Countless citizens of the East Divine Continent looked up at the sky in shock. Not only did it cover the East Divine Continent. The meowing of the cats instantly covered all 5 divine continents under the heavens. The meows covered the entire world. Perhaps Bai Ditian, Huo Guang, and the others had not noticed this scene. Even the deities behind Gongyang Taolu did not notice the shocking meows at this moment. But Gongyang Taolu noticed. With his cultivation as a great deity, he instantly sensed it. The echo of the meow came from the 9 heavens. It was as if the heavens were unparalleled, and it resounded everywhere in the world. The heavens were trembling, and the kings were descending on the earth. This meow scared Gongyang Taolu so much that all his hair stood on end. Looking at the endless murderous aura in Beijing in the fog and hearing the meow, Gongyang Taolu panicked. A hint of panic flashed across Gongyang Taolu's eyes. Let's go. Gongyang Taolu turned around and led all the deities away quickly. Gongyang Taolu was scared away. In Beijing, countless scheming officials were stunned. Then, they all looked at Meow. At this moment, Meow had returned to ZZ's arms again. Alright, he was scared away. Meow. Meow said proudly. The officials. On this day, the South Divine Continent and the West Divine Continent all heard the meow of a cat. Kong Mok frowned and looked at the sky. Kong Daoqiu frowned and looked at the sky. Even Meng Sansheng looked at the sky in confusion. In Beijing, the officials did not understand why Meow's voice could resonate with the heavens and earth. A cat's meow could resonate with the heavens and earth? Then, they suddenly realized that they had never seen Meow transcend the tribulation before. The deity realm. On a battlefield. I'm invincible. Kill. After a brutal massacre, the army won a great victory and excitedly bowed to a 20-year-old boy on the commander's platform. Commander, we won, the general said excitedly. The 20-year-old boy nodded. Not bad. Brothers, well done. I will ask for everyone's recognition. This is only the beginning. We still have countless achievements. We also want to be ranked in the deity realm. Ranked in the deity realm, ranked in the deity realm. A group of soldiers shouted excitedly. The 20-year-old boy was naturally Yen Dong-en. Yen Dong-en looked at the excited expressions of his subordinates. He was immediately in a good mood. After the army was rewarded, Yen Dong-en met Yen Chuan again in a valley. Master. Yen Dong-en's eyes were filled with fear. I have to go. I still have my own things to do. Yen Chuan smiled slightly. I can't bear to part with you, master. Yen Dong-en immediately knelt down. Ha, all good things must come to an end. Don't worry. We will meet again in the future. Next time, I hope to see the indomitable Yen Dong-en. Yen Chuan said with a smile. Yes. Don't worry, master. Yen Dong-en's eyes were filled with tears. Silly boy, perhaps we will meet again soon. Yen Chuan said with a smile. Really? Yen Dong-en immediately said excitedly. That's right. I've already told you that this body is just a body that I've taken over. Next time, I might take over someone else's body. I've already taught you what I need to teach you. The rest is up to you. Yan Chuan smiled. N. Yan Dong En nodded. Before I leave, I will give you one more thing. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. With that, Yan Chuan reached out and took out a seed-like thing. It was the vine demon that had followed Yan Chuan in reincarnation. The vine demon could go with the soul. Naturally, it could be taken by Yan Chuan. The seventh divine weapon in the world, the vine demon. This is the seventh divine weapon in the world, the vine demon. It will be your last resort. In my hands, it has not fully recovered its former strength. Nourish it well. Yan Chuan said solemnly. The seventh divine weapon in the world. Vine demon. Yan Dong En's hands trembled slightly. He looked at Yan Chuan in surprise. Master, you. Yan Dong En bit his lips, not daring to confirm. You saw it? Yan Chuan said with a smile. Father, are you my father? Yan Dong En's eyes were red. When did you see it? Yan Chuan said with a smile. Father, are you really father? Woo, I felt it more than 10 years ago. From mother's attitude, I realized that mother was no longer worried about me because of father. Moreover, Uncle Azure Dragon once told me about father, including the seventh divine weapon. Yan Dong En cried. Yan Chuan smiled slightly and touched Yan Dong En's head. Then he sighed slightly and said, our family is still too weak to do anything. We can only let fate play with us. Dong En, when I'm not here, take good care of you she. Yes. Yan Dong En cried. If you want to get rid of others' manipulation, you have to be strong first. Dong En, I am very pleased that you are so smart and you did not let me down. Next, you have to rely on yourself. Yan Chuan sighed slightly. Father, I will do my best. Yan Dong En gritted his teeth and said solemnly. Good, Dong En, no shame and be brave. This is what we should do. One day, our family will be reunited. One day, no one can play with us anymore. Father will fight against the heavens with you. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. Yes. Yan Dong En felt warm in his heart. Father is gone, I will come to see you again. Take care. Yan Chuan comforted. I will take care of myself. Father, you must take care of yourself too. Yan Dong En said with red eyes. Smiling slightly, Yan Chuan nodded. Yan Chuan took a step and soared into the sky and flew into the mountains in the blink of an eye. Yan Dong En looked at his father's departure with tears in his eyes. He respectfully kowtowed 3 times in the direction of Yan Chuan's departure. Father, just you wait, I will become a man of indomitable spirit. Yan Dong En said firmly. A few days later. Immortal realm, in a manor. Inside the manor, the person possessed by Yan Chuan looked at a black-robed man kneeling on one knee. Heaven Mending Pavilion, 3-Sword Division, Dugu Feng, greets your majesty. The black-robed man said respectfully. Dugu Feng, I remember that when I went to the Dugu clan, you received me at the door. Yan Chuan said lightly. Yes, thanks to your majesty, you brought us into the heavenly mystery dreamland. I was lucky enough to reach the immortal realm. The black-robed man said respectfully. I have sent the few of you into the immortal realm first. You will be in different places so that De Zhen can enter the immortal realm in the future. You will be near the great Zhou imperial court. Your mission is to protect the crown prince, Yan Dong En. Yes. Dong En doesn't need your protection. Don't get too close. He doesn't know you. He has the ability to deal with ordinary people, but there are many experts here. It's inevitable that some powerful immortals will be secretly sent. You are responsible for all kinds of coincidences and resolving large crises. Yan Chuan said. Yes. If you are unfortunately discovered by Yan Dong and or captured by him in the future, show him this wooden tablet and he will let you go. Yan Chuan said. As he said that, he threw a wooden tablet. Ah! The Crown Prince can capture me. I am a heavenly immortal. Du Feng said in surprise. Anything is possible. Yan Chuan smiled slightly. These years, Yan Chuan had taught too much. Yan Dong and also learned very seriously. Capturing someone didn't have to rely on strength, but also on brains. I'm going back. You are responsible for dealing with this body possessed by me. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Chapter 1086. Sealed Realm. Gongyang Taolu led the immortals and quickly left Yanjing. Along the way, everyone's heart trembled. Other than the killing intent at the beginning, Yanjing did not have any other aura. Even the cat's meow was only a sound, not an aura. But, it was this sound that made the immortals' hearts tremble. Especially Gongyang Taolu who felt it the most. That sound came from above the 9 heavens. That sound covered the entire world. Even he couldn't do such a ridiculous thing, but Yanjing could, and they were angry at him. How could Yanjing have such a strong person? Bastard! Gongyang Taolu shouted at the immortal behind him. Lord, I have failed in my duty. That immortal's face was filled with fear. Failed in your duty. Failed in your duty. I told you to collect all the information about Yanjing, you collected it. Where did that killing intent come from? And where did that cat's meow come from? Is there any record of the information you collected? Gongyang Taolu glared. I know my mistake. That immortal said in fear. Gongyang Taolu looked at that immortal and sighed. I said, Yan Chuan's cat is not normal, but you say it's just a pet. Pet. Can a pet be so precious to Yan Chuan? Gongyang Taolu said coldly. Lord, what do we do now? An immortal asked carefully. Gongyang Taolu thought for a while and shook his head. That cat, we still need to investigate, find out where it came from. A cat's meow, covering the world. I don't know if it's the cat's divine ability, or if it has the ability. Gongyang Taolu said with an ugly expression. Divine ability? The immortal's eyes lit up. That's right, if it's a divine ability, then everything will be easy. Some demon beasts have extremely unorthodox divine abilities, maybe it's just a bluff, just that this divine ability is magical. Gongyang Taolu nodded. That's right, Lord, before the fog was so thick that Yan Chuan did not dare to fight, it must be a bluff, it must be just a special divine ability, Lord, let's go back. An immortal's eyes lit up. Humph. Gongyang Taolu glared, fool. If it's not a divine ability, but it's strength, what do we do? Gongyang Taolu asked solemnly. Ah. The immortal's face instantly stiffened. If he really has such terrifying strength, we will definitely be killed if we go. An immortal analyzed. When the immortal said this, everyone fell silent. No one wanted to go back. Check this cat's background for me. Since De Zhen is the strongest in this realm, then let's wait a little longer. Gongyang Taolu said. Yes. Everyone immediately responded. There's one more thing. The Archaean sacred grounds can't be underestimated either. The Kong family and Great Zhen have learned from their mistakes. Overturn all the information about the Archaean sacred grounds. Investigate the Archaean sacred grounds again. Once you're done, we'll attack the Archaean sacred grounds. Yes. The immortals replied. After experiencing the Kong clan and the Great Zhen clan, no one dared to be arrogant anymore. This world was too strange. Great Zhen Celestial Empire, Yanjing. The guards continuously sent news of the Immortals' locations to Yanjing. The officials of Great Jin heaved a sigh of relief. The officials might be able to fight a heaven immortal together. At worst, 2 12th level upper void stage cultivators could immediately undergo tribulation to become immortals and resist a heaven immortal. However, it was different for great immortals. There was a qualitative difference between great immortals and heaven immortals. Even with the help of the Lotus God, Kong Mok of the Great Buddha Celestial Empire felt inferior when he saw a battle between great immortals. Bai Ditien had the ancient fiend celestial fate and was abnormally powerful. Even he didn't dare to fight against him. The officials finally heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Gongyang Taolu was scared away. While everyone was at peace, a strange aura suddenly came from Xianyang Palace. Feng Yinyang's expression changed. His Majesty is about to wake up. Oh! Everyone's eyes lit up as they rushed toward Xianyang Palace. At this moment, a large number of Yan Chuan's souls were quickly returning to his body. Yan Chuan's souls had returned by themselves. There was no need for outsiders to summon them. At this moment, there was only one coffin in Xianyang Palace. There was only the sky-burying coffin. Unlike before, this time, Yan Chuan was lying in the sky-burying coffin. Whoosh! As the souls surged over, Yan Chuan, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of light shot out. Yan Chuan was slightly stunned. Clearly, the 200 memories were rapidly fusing. After a while, Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed as he heaved a sigh of relief. He took off the black jade talisman on his forehead. Yan Chuan was about to get up. He seemed to have touched something in his hand. Yan Chuan's eyes widened. Then, he turned and looked down. The interior of the sky-burying coffin was like a black hole. Yan Chuan was lying in the black hole's entrance. Originally, Yan Chuan didn't think much of it. However, at this moment, he seemed to have touched something in the black hole. Yan Chuan carefully touched it. As he touched it, Yan Chuan's face suddenly changed. Opening the coffin lid, Yan Chuan stood up and looked at the black hole in the coffin. His eyes were filled with shock. How can this be? How can there be a black hole in the sky-burying coffin? Yan Chuan looked at the black hole under his feet in surprise. Your Majesty! Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside Xianyang Palace. Yan Chuan took a deep look at the black hole under his feet. He took a deep breath and stepped out of the sky-burying coffin. Clang! Yan Chuan closed the coffin lid. With a flip of his hand, the sky-burying coffin suddenly shrank to the center of his palm. No matter how this thing is inside the sky-burying coffin, it is still mine. Whoosh! Yan Chuan let out a long cry of excitement. He put away the sky-burying coffin. With a wave of his sleeve, the door of the palace opened. Yan Chuan slowly walked out of Xianyang Palace. Outside Xianyang Palace, the officials stood respectfully. ZZ looked at Yan Chuan happily. Meow, Yan Chuan, you finally came out. I just helped you defeat a great immortal. You have to give me half of your immortal stones. Meow. Meow immediately jumped over. Long live your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. The officials said excitedly. ZZ also walked over. Yan Chuan raised his head and looked at the surrounding fog. He took a deep breath and said, Did Gongyang Taolu come? Yes. The officials answered. Gongyang Taolu, a first firmament great immortal. Although he is the weakest great immortal, he is still a great immortal. Although there is only a step between Sky Immortal and Great Immortal, the difference in strength is huge. This time, everyone has worked hard. Yan Chuan nodded. Meow, it is all my effort. Meow immediately jumped onto Yan Chuan's shoulder. The officials smiled. Indeed, This time it is Miao's effort. Yifeng smiled. Oh. Yan Chuan showed a hint of curiosity. Miao, however, raised its head proudly. ZZ explained everything to him. Yan Chuan finally understood everything. Miao, Yan Chuan, praise me. Miao, praise me. Miao said proudly. Slap. Yan Chuan slapped Miao's head. What are you doing, Miao? Miao immediately shouted. Ha ha ha, well done. Half of my immortal stones, I will give them all to you. Ha ha ha. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Hearing Yan Chuan's affirmation, Miao's eyes immediately widened, like a miser who saw a mountain of gold. Miao, Miao, Yan Chuan, you are indeed a good person. Come, slap me again and give me the other half. Miao said excitedly. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed. By the way, I have recorded the images of those 80 immortals. I can use them at any time. Nailhead 7-arrow book. ZZ said. Nailhead 7-arrow book? I don't want it for now. Although this special technique is powerful, it has a major weakness, which is that it takes too long. 21 days. With the great immortal's speed, he can reach Yen capital in 1 or 2 days. Yan Chuan shook his head and rejected the idea. All right. ZZ nodded. Your Majesty, Gongyang Taolu went to the West Divine Continent first. There, he lured out the Kong family's ancestor and retreated in defeat. Yifeng said. The Kong family's ancestor? Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. His name is Demon King Kong. According to Gongyang Taolu, he was once famous in the immortal realm. Demon King Kong. Wang Jian said. Demon King Kong. Yan Chuan frowned slightly. It won't be long before Gongyang Taolu goes to the Archaean's sacred ground. Your Majesty, should we inform them? Yifeng asked. Archaean's sacred ground? Yan Chuan looked at ZZ. ZZ's expression flickered slightly. Alright, that's all for today. Go back first. After I clean up, I summon you to the upper study room. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Everyone answered and left. Everyone left, leaving only ZZ and Miao. Only then did ZZ wrap her arms around Yan Chuan's arm. Miao. Miao meow meow meow, looked at the two of them, and then walked away. Husband, let me get you some water to bathe. ZZ said softly. Yan Chuan smiled. Look at how anxious you are. Tell me. ZZ blushed. Archaean sacred ground, ZZ opened her mouth. Do you need my help? Yan Chuan smiled. ZZ thought for a while. I don't care about the others, but Meng Hongying has helped me a lot. If it's possible, I'll send someone to inform her and let her stay away for a while. Yan Chuan smiled. Okay. ZZ's face bloomed into a beautiful smile. What about Meng Sansheng? Yan Chuan asked. ZZ frowned. She was conflicted. Meng Sansheng is my grandfather. Even though he has never taken care of me, and even though I have only seen him a few times, he is still related to me by blood. ZZ was slightly conflicted. He gently touched ZZ's hair. Rumble. Thunderclouds rumbled in the sky. However, Yan Chuan didn't care. Don't worry, I'll go take a look. If I can help, I'll do my best. Yan Chuan nodded and promised. Okay. ZZ said happily. However, you don't have to worry too much. Archaean sacred ground, God realm. This place is too secretive. No one knows how many experts are hiding there. You haven't been there before. Perhaps, we don't need to intervene in this crisis. Meng Sansheng can deal with it alone. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Ah. Really? ZZ said in surprise. The God Realm is not ordinary. This trip to the Archaean sacred ground is actually a scout for the Dajin Celestial Empire. Yan Chuan said solemnly. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.